Carl Jung, How to be Genuinely Authentic, Jungian Philosophy. The privilege of a lifetime is to become who you truly are. Carl Jung. Welcome to Spiritual Wisdom, where we dive deep into timeless insights that awaken the soul. In today's video, we'll explore what it truly means to be genuinely authentic through the powerful lens of Jungian philosophy. In a world full of noise, expectations, and masks, discovering your authentic self is not just a path to personal growth, it's the key to lasting happiness and inner peace. As you listen, reflect on this. Are you living as who you truly are, or who the world told you to be? If this message speaks to you, comment below. I choose to live authentically. Don't forget to like, share, and let us know how you're applying these truths in your own journey. 1. Jung and Analytical Psychology. Carl Jung, a Swiss psychiatrist, stood alongside Sigmund Freud and Alfred Adler as one of the founding fathers of psychoanalysis. However, as their paths evolved, Jung broke away from Freud's limited focus on sexuality and childhood experience, paving the way for his own school of thought, Analytical Psychology. This unique framework blended not only psychology, but also anthropology, philosophy, religion, mythology, and the arts. It was through this holistic lens that Jung sought to understand the human soul, not merely as a collection of symptoms, but as a living, evolving system of energy and meaning. At the heart of Jung's theory lies the concept of the psyche, a totality that includes both the conscious and unconscious aspects of the self. The conscious mind is governed by the ego, which shapes our identity, our sense of I, and our immediate awareness. But Jung warned that when we over-identify with the ego, we risk becoming disconnected from the deeper layers of who we are. The ego is not the entirety of the self. It is simply the manager of waking life, while the vast and mysterious unconscious lies beneath, shaping much of our behavior, instincts, and emotional patterns without our awareness. This unconscious realm is divided further. First, there is the personal unconscious, which contains forgotten memories, repressed emotions, and the remnants of personal experiences. But deeper still is the collective unconscious one of Jung's most revolutionary ideas. It is a shared reservoir of ancestral memory, universal symbols, and archetypal patterns that exist in every human being, regardless of culture or history. It is from this space that myths emerge, dreams are born, and inner transformation becomes possible. Spiritual wisdom, as Jung revealed, is not confined to religious doctrine. It is encoded in the very architecture of our psyche. He believed that the path to wholeness, what he called individuation, could only occur when we become conscious of the unconscious. This process requires more than intellectual understanding. It demands deep inner work, paying attention to dreams, confronting our shadows, and integrating the parts of ourselves we've been taught to hide. True authenticity, then, is not the product of external validation or performance. It is the result of becoming whole from within. Jung's approach invites us to stop striving to be someone we are not and start uncovering who we already are. The journey is not one of achievement, but of remembrance, of reuniting with the forgotten aspects of our being, reclaiming the lost voices within us, and listening to the symbolic language of the soul. Through this integration, we align not only with our inner truth, but also with the universal forces that move through all of life. In this way, spiritual wisdom becomes the compass that guides us not toward perfection, but toward presence, meaning, and deep-rooted authenticity. Are you ready to explore the depths of your own psyche and unlock the power within? If this journey into Jung's analytical psychology inspires you, comment below. I embrace the inner journey to affirm your path. 2. The psyche and the unconscious. The ego, according to Carl Jung, is the center of our consciousness, the part of us that makes decisions, organizes daily life, and holds our sense of identity. But as vital as the ego is, it's only a small piece of the psyche. It's the part we're aware of, yet it can't contain the full complexity of who we are. To live with genuine authenticity, we must go deeper. Jung believed that true growth begins when we confront the unconscious, the vast inner world beneath our conscious awareness. Jung divided the unconscious into two parts. The first is the personal unconscious. This is where forgotten memories, repressed emotions, and past experiences live. It's deeply personal, shaped by everything we've lived through, but tried to ignore disappointments we never processed, emotions we've buried, and parts of ourselves we've denied because they didn't seem acceptable. When we don't face the personal unconscious, it quietly influences our behavior, creating patterns we can't explain. Beneath this is an even more profound layer, the collective unconscious. Unlike the personal unconscious, this one isn't shaped by our individual experiences, but by humanity's shared experience. It holds archetypes, universal patterns of behavior and symbol, such as the hero, the mother, the outcast, the mentor, the trickster. These patterns shape our stories, dreams, and even our roles in life. They appear in myths, fairy tales, and films across every culture because they are embedded in the human soul. You don't invent these roles. You inherit them. They live within you and act through you unless you become aware of them. Think of someone caught in the archetype of the savior, always trying to fix others, even at the cost of their own well-being. Or the victim, believing they're powerless, reliving the same story of betrayal and hurt over and over again. Unless we bring these unconscious roles into the light, we remain trapped in scripts we didn't write, but continue to perform. Carl Jung once said, "Until you make the unconscious conscious, it will direct your life and you will call it fate." That's not just poetic. It's a practical truth. We often think we're making choices freely, when in reality, we're repeating patterns inherited from childhood, culture, or collective memory. A woman who always falls for emotionally unavailable partners might not realize she's chasing an unresolved relationship with her distant father. A man who sabotages every opportunity may be unconsciously playing out a fear of success passed down through generations of family struggle. To be genuinely authentic, we must begin the inner work of exploration. That means tuning into your dreams, observing your triggers, reflecting on what draws you in and what repels you. It means noticing when your emotions are louder than the moment calls for, and asking where that intensity really comes from. It's the process Jung called individuation, the path of becoming a whole, integrated being, not perfect, but whole. Authenticity isn't about always knowing who you are. It's about having the courage to meet yourself at every level. It's understanding that your ego isn't the enemy, but it's not the full story either. You are more than what you say, what you post, or what you show to others. You are also your fears, your desires, your memories, and your inherited symbols. Only by bringing them into consciousness can you live a life that is truly your own. This is the essence of Carl Jung's spiritual wisdom. That authenticity comes not from performing a role, but from integrating the unseen parts of the self. And when you do that, when you dare to know yourself fully, you no longer walk through life as a stranger to your own soul. If you're ready to explore the hidden depths of your psyche and unlock the power of your unconscious mind, comment below. I embrace my inner truth. And don't forget to like, subscribe, and turn on the bell so you never miss a journey into deeper spiritual wisdom. Three, individuation, the path to authenticity. True authenticity begins not on the outside, but within. In a world that often pressures you to conform, to meet others' expectations, or to wear masks for acceptance, the deepest truth lies in understanding your own inner life. Carl Jung believed that the journey to becoming truly yourself, fully real and whole, was through the process he called individuation. This isn't about becoming someone new. It's about remembering who you've always been beneath the layers. Individuation is the path of integrating both the conscious and unconscious parts of your psyche, uniting the light with the shadow, the known with the hidden. It is through this merging that you become whole, not perfect, but authentic. This path requires courage. It means facing your repressed emotions, long-forgotten memories, and the darker aspects of your personality that you might have been taught to fear or reject. Yet these are not enemies. They are messengers. Each one holds a piece of your truth. Jung's wisdom teaches that if we do not make the unconscious conscious, it will rule our lives, and we will call it fate. Many people drift through life feeling disconnected, anxious, or unfulfilled, without realizing that their soul is crying out for alignment. That cry is often the first whisper of a spiritual awakening, an invitation to begin the sacred journey home to yourself. Individuation is not a one-time event. It's a lifelong process of self-discovery and inner reconciliation. It often begins when life shakes you through loss, heartbreak, burnout, or a deep sense of dissatisfaction that no external success can soothe. These experiences crack the surface and allow what's been buried to rise. Through reflection, journaling, meditation, or dream work, fragments of your deeper self begin to emerge. Symbols, intuitions, and patterns point you inward. The more you engage with this process, the clearer your inner compass becomes. You begin to realize that real power comes not from control, but from integration, from becoming aware of all that you are and choosing to live in truth. Living authentically means your outer life begins to reflect your inner reality. You stop seeking permission to exist. You stop hiding your wounds, and instead, you honor them as sacred teachers. You no longer shrink to fit into spaces that demand your silence. You speak with clarity, move with purpose, and align your choices with your soul's voice. This is not the loud confidence of ego, but the quiet, unshakable knowing of someone who has made peace within. And yet, the process is deeply personal. No two journeys are the same, because no two souls are the same. What matters is that you stay committed to your truth, even when it's uncomfortable. Spiritual awakening is not always blissful. Often, it's disruptive. But that disruption is sacred. It breaks illusions and calls you to live with intention. Through individuation, you don't just uncover your purpose, you embody it. You don't just understand who you are, you become who you are meant to be. fully and freely. If this message spoke to your soul, leave a like, subscribe to our channel, and turn on the notification bell so you never miss a moment of growth and truth. Comment below, "I am becoming whole," to affirm your journey toward true authenticity. The 4 Jungian archetypes, essential to individuation. 4.1. The persona. The persona is the social mask you wear to navigate the expectations of the world around you. It allows you to play your part to be the polite coworker, the reliable friend, the respectful child. But this mask, while functional, can quietly become a prison. When you begin to believe that your persona is your true identity, you lose touch with who you really are beneath the surface. This is what Carl Jung warned about: over-identification with the persona, a psychological condition where you become trapped in a role and forget the authentic self that exists behind the performance. You might notice this when burnout creeps in, or when anxiety rises without an obvious cause. These are signs that your internal world is no longer in harmony with the image you're projecting. The collapse of the persona, though painful, is not a failure. It is an opportunity, a moment of spiritual awakening. When the mask shatters, it reveals the deeper self that has long been silenced. And that self is not weak or chaotic, it is whole, waiting to be acknowledged and reintegrated. Healing doesn't mean removing the persona entirely. Jung's spiritual wisdom teaches us that the goal is not to become raw or defenseless, but to wear a more honest mask, one that reflects, rather than conceals, your truth. You become someone who moves through the world with awareness, someone who speaks and acts in alignment with the soul. You stop asking, "What should I be?" and start asking, "What part of me needs to be expressed right now?" in a way that honors both myself and others. To begin this process, start observing when your social behavior feels authentic and when it feels like performance. Are you laughing because you're genuinely amused, or because silence feels awkward? Are you agreeing to something because it feels right, or because you fear rejection? These questions are not meant to shame, but to awaken. They help you gradually loosen the grip of the persona and reconnect with your intuitive core. This is the essence of a flexible persona, one that doesn't hide the soul, but translates it. It is an instrument of connection rather than protection. And through this conscious adjustment, you reclaim a sense of inner freedom. You no longer serve your persona. It begins to serve you. In doing so, you embody spiritual wisdom, the art of living in truth while participating in the world with grace. By aligning the outer self with the inner essence, you discover a new level of strength, not the brittle strength of pretense, but the quiet power of authenticity. The persona no longer defines you. It becomes a tool you use with intention. And in that space, you begin to live, not as a reflection of what others expect, but as a radiant expression of your true self. If this message has resonated with your journey, repeat after me. I am ready to take off the mask and reconnect with my true self. 4.2. The shadow. The shadow, in Carl Jung's profound understanding of the psyche, represents the parts of ourselves we've been conditioned to hide: anger, envy, shame, insecurity, resentment. These aren't just emotions we feel and forget. They're traits we push deep into our unconscious because society has taught us they're unacceptable. But what we suppress does not vanish. It festers, leaks, and shows up in moments we least expect through emotional outbursts, passive aggression, guilt, harsh judgments, or inner turmoil that seems to have no cause. The real danger lies in ignoring it. Jung warns, until you make the unconscious conscious, it will direct your life and you will call it fate. This is spiritual wisdom in action. Awareness is the first step to transformation. Facing the shadow is not the same as identifying with it. Jung never advocated for indulging our darkness, but rather for confronting it honestly. When you deny your shadow, it controls you from behind the scenes. But when you recognize it, you gain the power to choose how to respond. It's not about labeling yourself as a bad person for having dark thoughts or emotions. It's about meeting those parts with responsibility and clarity. This process is the essence of inner work and emotional maturity. A modern example illustrates this well. A woman in her 30s, outwardly successful and respected in her field, noticed how often she snapped at her colleagues during stressful moments. For years, she told herself it was just pressure or fatigue. But underneath, through deep reflection, she realized she carried a fear of being seen as weak. That fear turned into control and defensiveness. Once she understood this, she didn't just become nicer, she became more whole. She acknowledged the part of herself that was scared and learned to comfort it instead of suppressing it. This is what Carl Jung meant by integrating the shadow. Integration is not about perfection. It's about wholeness. It means being able to sit with discomfort and say, yes, this is part of me, but it doesn't define me. That acceptance creates real inner peace. When we reclaim the parts we've disowned, we stop projecting them onto others. We become less reactive, less judgmental, and more grounded in truth. Shadow work is not a detour from personal growth. It is the path itself. The journey of individuation, as Jung called it, requires courage. To truly evolve, we must stop hiding from ourselves. The more deeply we understand our shadow, the more authentic our light becomes. And when our authenticity is rooted in self-awareness, not performance, we gain spiritual freedom. This is the power of Carl Jung's spiritual wisdom. You are not here to be flawless. You are here to be whole. Have you ever consciously faced your shadow, the hidden parts of yourself that society told you to ignore? If so, share your story in the comments and let others learn from your courage. If not, type, "I will face my shadow" below and take the first step toward true self-acceptance and inner freedom. 4.3. The Anima, Animus. Carl Jung believed that within every individual lives a contrasexual archetype, the anima in men, representing the inner feminine, and the animus in women, representing the inner masculine. These forces are not optional parts of who you are. They are essential energies that shape your inner life and relationships. Yet because of societal expectations and gender norms, these archetypes are often suppressed. Men are discouraged from expressing vulnerability or emotion, while women are taught to soften their assertiveness or leadership. Over time, this rejection of one's inner counterpart leads to imbalance, confusion, and disconnection from the true self. Jungian psychology teaches that spiritual awakening begins when you stop rejecting these inner energies and begin to consciously integrate them. For a man, that may mean allowing space for sensitivity, receptivity, and emotional expression qualities often associated with the anima. For a woman, it might involve embracing independence, decisiveness, and clarity of thought traits embodied by the animus. This is not about becoming someone else. It's about becoming whole. When the masculine and feminine are allowed to coexist within, they form a balanced inner union that brings harmony, confidence, and a deeper understanding of who you are. Integration transforms not only your internal world, but your relationships as well. You stop projecting unmet needs onto others, and instead become aware of the ways you've disowned parts of yourself. You begin to see your partner, your friends, even your enemies, as reflections of your inner dynamics. Every emotional trigger becomes an opportunity to meet a forgotten aspect of your psyche. As this integration deepens, you become more self-aware, less reactive, and more compassionate toward both yourself and others. Jung once said, "The privilege of a lifetime is to become who you truly are." Embracing your anima or animus is a sacred step on that journey. It is a rite of inner reconciliation that opens the doorway to spiritual wisdom and a more authentic life. By learning to trust your emotional instincts or assert your truth without guilt, you restore the balance that society may have taken from you. And through this balance, you rise not by denying your nature, but by uniting its polarities. This is the essence of spiritual awakening: to become conscious of what you've hidden, to honor what you've rejected, and to live in alignment with your whole self. If this message resonated with your soul, leave a comment of reflection. I embrace both the masculine and feminine within me. Let this be your declaration of inner harmony. And if this journey toward wholeness speaks to you, don't forget to like, subscribe, and turn on the bell so you won't miss what's coming next. 4.4. The Self. The Self, in Jungian psychology, is the totality of who you are, your conscious mind, and your vast unconscious depths combined into one integrated whole. It's not just an idea, but a living force within you that seeks harmony, wholeness, and truth. Jung symbolized the self with the mandala, a circular form that represents balance, unity, and spiritual centering. Just as mandalas appear across sacred traditions to depict the cosmos or the divine, they also reflect the internal order we are meant to discover within. The self cannot be fully possessed by the ego. It is too expansive, too profound. But by expanding our awareness, we allow the ego to move closer to this wholeness, to reflect more of its brilliance and guidance in daily life. To awaken the self, one must confront and integrate several layers of the psyche. The first is the persona, the social mask we wear to meet expectations and belong. It protects us, but it also limits us. Beneath it lies the shadow, the part of ourselves we deny, repress, or fear. It holds our guilt, anger, envy, but also our creativity, strength, and raw truth. Facing the shadow is not about judgment. It's about reclaiming parts of ourselves we've left behind. Then comes the anima or animus, our inner opposite. The anima is the feminine soul within men. The animus is the masculine spirit within women. These energies carry deep emotional power and symbolic wisdom, guiding us towards psychological and emotional balance. This process is called individuation, the journey of becoming whole. It's not a linear path, but a spiral inward, peeling away false layers, integrating opposites, and becoming more fully yourself. As you move through this transformation, spiritual wisdom becomes embodied. You no longer seek validation outside. Instead, you draw from the well of authenticity within. The self is no longer just a concept. It becomes a lived reality that infuses your actions with meaning and your presence with depth. When you live in connection with the self, you don't become perfect. You become whole. You gain the ability to hold contradictions without breaking, to walk through chaos without losing center. You begin to experience a form of spiritual freedom that comes not from escape, but from alignment. The patterns that once repeated emotional reactions, toxic relationships, self-sabotaging behaviors begin to dissolve because you are no longer unconsciously driven. You are aware. You are present. You are connected. This is what it means to unlock your true potential. Not to become someone else, but to return to yourself fully, fiercely, with love and clarity. The self doesn't demand that you transcend life. It asks you to enter it more deeply, with your soul intact. To affirm your commitment to becoming whole, declare it today. Comment below, "I choose to become my true self," to honor your journey toward inner integration and spiritual freedom, and inspire others to do the same. True authenticity isn't about being perfect. It's about being real, being aware, and being aligned with your inner truth. As Carl Jung taught, the path to genuine authenticity begins when we stop pretending and start integrating every part of who we are, light and shadow alike. If this message resonated with you, we invite you to take it to heart and apply it in your own life. If you found value in today's journey through Jungian philosophy, please don't forget to like this video, share it with someone who might need this wisdom, and subscribe to Spiritual Wisdom. Also, make sure to turn on notifications so you never miss our upcoming videos filled with timeless truths for your soul's awakening. Stay true, stay conscious, and keep walking the path of spiritual wisdom. People fall in love with you only for two reasons. Until you make the unconscious conscious, it will direct your life and you will call it fate. Carl Jung. Have you ever wondered why certain people fall so deeply in love with you, almost as if they were destined to? It's not just your looks, charm, or charisma. According to Carl Jung, there are two powerful, hidden reasons rooted deep in the unconscious mind that draw people to you. In this video, we'll explore how these profound psychological truths can transform your relationships and your understanding of yourself. As you watch, think about your own experiences with love and attraction. Which of these reasons resonates with your story? Comment below to share your insights. And don't forget to like, subscribe, and turn on notifications to keep growing with us here at Spiritual Wisdom. 1. Love isn't random. It's deeply psychological. Carl Jung believed that love is not a random emotion or an accidental spark, but rather a precise psychological response to something buried deep within us. What we call falling in love is often the psyche's way of reaching toward completion. It's not your smile, your intelligence, or your beauty that pulls someone in, at least not in the deepest sense. Instead, it's the energy you carry, the reflection of something they unconsciously lack or yearn to integrate. What feels like chemistry is often the recognition of an internal blueprint seeking wholeness. In Jungian psychology, this is known as projection. When someone meets you, their unconscious mind may project traits they've repressed or neglected onto you. You don't just become a person in their life, you become a symbol. A man may fall for a woman because she mirrors his inner feminine essence, the anima. She represents emotional depth, creativity, or intuitive power he hasn't yet fully embraced. Likewise, a woman may be drawn to a man who embodies her animus, her own unexpressed logic, confidence, or spiritual drive. The connection feels electric, not because it's magical, but because it awakens something dormant. This projection is not deception. It's not about pretending or manipulating. It's about resonance. You awaken parts of them that were asleep. They see in you the pieces they're missing. And the more unconscious those pieces are, the stronger the pull. It's why love at first sight feels so intense. It's not love for you, but for the symbol you've unknowingly become in their inner narrative. This is the silent language of the soul, recognizing its own reflection. From the lens of spiritual wisdom, this is a sacred exchange. You become a mirror, not just for attraction, but for transformation. You help others confront what they've denied in themselves, emotions they've suppressed, dreams they've abandoned, strength they've forgotten. And they do the same for you. Every powerful love story is also a confrontation with the self. That's why love can be beautiful, but also destabilizing. It challenges your identity. It pushes you to grow. Sometimes, people fall in love with you, not because of who you are, but because of what you activate in them. You might remind them of a nurturing parent, or represent the freedom they crave. You might symbolize the stability they never had, or the adventure they've been too afraid to pursue. They see not just a person, but a path. You become the doorway to a version of themselves they want to reach. That is why love, when unconscious, can quickly shift when the illusion dissolves. So does the infatuation. But when the connection becomes conscious, when both people see beyond the projections, love evolves into something authentic, healing, and transformative. You are not just someone to be admired. You are a spiritual catalyst. People fall in love with you because they feel seen, awakened, and called into becoming. And this truth is not meant to flatter your ego. It is meant to awaken your awareness. Love is not only a feeling. It is the soul's journey home, guided by reflections, mirrors, and echoes of itself. Comment below. I am ready to understand love on a deeper level if this message resonates with you. 2. First reason. People fall in love. You represent something they lack. People don't always fall in love with who you truly are. More often, they fall for what you represent to them, something they feel is missing within themselves. Carl Jung explained that love is often not about admiration, but projection. You become a mirror reflecting back a part of them they've long buried or never developed. For instance, a cautious, rule-abiding person may be deeply drawn to someone who is bold and carefree. It's not that they love your boldness in isolation, but rather that your presence awakens a longing to live more freely, to feel what they have denied themselves. This type of attraction is magnetic because it's rooted in the psyche. Jung believed that the unconscious mind seeks wholeness. When we meet someone who appears to carry the traits we lack, our inner world lights up. Suddenly, we feel alive, connected, and complete. But it's an illusion. They are not loving you. They are loving the part of themselves they wish they could reclaim. That's why this kind of love often begins intensely, with a flood of emotions, and then just as suddenly starts to fade. The danger is this: when someone uses you as a substitute for inner integration, the relationship becomes fragile. At first, your presence feels like medicine to their soul. But over time, the burden of being their emotional anchor grows heavy. The moment you stop fulfilling the image they've projected onto you, disillusionment sets in. What once felt like destiny begins to feel like disappointment. In today's world, you can see this pattern everywhere. A high achiever might fall for someone artistic and unconventional, believing they've found the freedom they crave. But instead of developing that freedom within, they try to possess it in the form of a partner. They mistake the relationship for healing, but healing doesn't happen through clinging, it happens through self-awareness. And when the illusion breaks, both people suffer. One feels abandoned, the other feels suffocated by unrealistic expectations. According to Carl Jung, real love doesn't begin until the projection ends. That's when two individuals stop using each other as emotional tools and start seeing each other clearly. You cannot heal someone by being what they lack. They have to walk their own path back to wholeness. You can inspire them, but you cannot complete them. This is the spiritual wisdom behind the mystery of love. People are not drawn to your surface. They are drawn to their own reflection within you. Your energy stirs something dormant in their soul. But true connection only lasts when it's grounded in reality, not fantasy, when love becomes a choice, not a projection. Have you ever felt someone was drawn to you, not for who you are, but for what you represent in their inner world? If so, share your experience in the comments so others can reflect and learn. If not, comment, "I'm ready to explore my deeper self," and join us on this journey of spiritual insight and self-awareness. 3. Jung's concept of projection. We all carry hidden aspects of ourselves, unspoken desires, forgotten strengths, suppressed emotions. Carl Jung called this the shadow, the unconscious part of our psyche where we store everything we've rejected or lost touch with. These traits don't simply vanish, they wait. They linger beneath the surface of our awareness, seeking expression, seeking a mirror. And when we meet someone who reflects these hidden qualities back to us, something electric happens. We feel drawn in, almost magnetically. But what we're really seeing in them is a part of ourselves that we've been starving to reclaim. This is what Jung called projection. It's not love in the purest sense, it's recognition. Not of the other person, but of the part of you they unknowingly bring to life. You might think you've fallen for their confidence, their mystery, their passion, but it's actually your own suppressed confidence, buried mystery, and hidden passion reaching up from the depths to be seen. Jung warned that unless we make the unconscious conscious, it will rule our lives and we'll call it fate. And nowhere is this more visible than in our relationships. This is why so many connections feel intense in the beginning, but later dissolve into confusion. The illusion fades, the projection lifts, and the person standing in front of us no longer matches the story we wrote about them in our minds. We didn't fall in love with who they are. We fell in love with what they awakened in us. That realization can be painful, but it's also sacred. Because the moment you see it clearly is the moment your spiritual awakening begins. Spiritual awakening isn't always about peace or bliss. Sometimes it begins with heartbreak, with disillusionment, with the humbling truth that love can be more about self-discovery than shared destiny. Yet this awakening is a gift. It teaches you to look inward, to explore your own unmet needs, unlived dreams, and unexplored emotions. And as you reclaim those parts of yourself, something shifts. You stop seeking completion in others. You start recognizing wholeness within. So why do people fall in love with you? Often, It's because you reflect something they long to reclaim in themselves. You become their mirror, their reminder, their unconscious teacher. At times, they fall in love with your light because it helps them see through their own darkness. Other times, they love you not for who you are, but for who they are still becoming in your presence. Either way, you play a sacred role in their evolution, just as others have played that role in yours. And when projection dissolves and the illusion fades, what's left is a choice: to love someone for who they truly are, not just what they represent. That's where real love begins, not in fantasy, but in awareness. Not in projection, but in presence. And this is the essence of spiritual wisdom: to meet others not with the blindness of longing, but with the clarity of truth. Are you ready to reclaim the parts of yourself you've unknowingly projected onto others? If so, comment below. I see my shadow, to affirm your commitment to self-awareness and inner healing. 4. Second reason. People fall in love. You awaken their anima, animus. Carl Jung's theory of the anima and animus reveals a powerful truth behind why people fall in love with you. And it has little to do with your personality, appearance, or achievements. Deep within the unconscious of every man lives an image of the ideal feminine, the anima. In every woman, a mirror image exists, the animus, a symbolic representation of the masculine. These inner figures are not based on logic or preference, but are shaped by early childhood experiences and the universal symbols embedded in the collective unconscious. They form silently over years, built from the emotional imprints left by parents, caregivers, and the world around us. So when someone meets you and instantly feels an intense magnetic pull, it's often because you reflect something deeply buried within them. You mirror their inner archetype. It feels like destiny, but in truth, it is projection. The force they experience is not merely attraction, it is recognition. A recognition of something lost, something they've been unknowingly searching for within themselves. You awaken their anima or animus, and in doing so, you stir their inner world. What they see in you is not just who you are, it is who they have longed for in the hidden chambers of their psyche. That longing is ancient, emotional, and often mistaken for fate. This is why love can feel so sudden and consuming. It's not always about chemistry in the outer world, but resonance in the inner one. You become the carrier of their soul's image, a vessel through which their unconscious expresses its deepest desires. And while that may sound romantic, it's not always rooted in reality. In truth, what they love might not be you, but what you represent a missing piece of themselves. And that's the beautiful, yet fragile truth. Love born from projection can feel spiritual, but it can also be fleeting. Still, this type of connection serves a sacred purpose. Jung believed that through romantic encounters, especially those that awaken the anima or animus, the soul begins to heal and grow. These relationships become vessels for inner transformation, catalysts for spiritual awakening. When someone projects their inner ideal onto you, it challenges both of you to look within, to question, and to evolve. Whether the relationship lasts or fades, it leaves behind a mirror. It shows you your light and your shadow. It shows them what they've been unconsciously yearning to become. Spiritual wisdom teaches us to observe these connections without losing ourselves in them, to see the difference between authentic love and psychological projection, to understand that sometimes we are not loved for who we are, but for what we awaken, And in that realization, there is freedom. Because when you stop needing to be the fantasy, you begin to live as your truth. Have you ever met someone who felt instantly familiar, like a dream you forgot, but suddenly remembered? If so, share your story in the comments so others can reflect too. If not, comment, "I will explore within," to begin the journey of understanding your anima or animus. 5. The illusion of archetypal love. Most people think love begins with chemistry or compatibility, but Carl Jung taught us that love often starts with projection of the unconscious mind, seeing something deeply symbolic in another person. When someone falls in love with you, it's rarely just because of your personality, appearance, or charm. It's because you represent something far more powerful, an archetype. You awaken a dormant energy inside them, one they've been unconsciously searching for. This is the first profound reason people fall in love with you. They're not falling for you. They're falling for what you symbolize in their psyche. Jung explained that every person carries within them inner images of masculine and feminine ideals, the anima and animus. These are not conscious preferences, but deeply embedded patterns rooted in collective human experience. When someone meets a person who embodies their inner ideal, they experience an almost mystical attraction. You feel like destiny. You feel like the missing piece. But what they're really seeing is the reflection of their own unconscious longing projected onto you. This is why relationships can start out feeling euphoric, almost like a fairy tale. The energy is intense, the bond feels faded, and the emotional high is addictive. But over time, the cracks begin to show. Because projections cannot survive the weight of reality. As your true self emerges with contradictions, fears, and complexities, the fantasy begins to fall apart. You're no longer the flawless savior or goddess they imagined. You are human. This is where many relationships break. They were built not on real knowing, but on illusion. The love was not for you, but for the ideal you accidentally embodied. Take the story of Mia and Lucas. In the early months, Lucas worshipped Mia's independence, her fiery energy, her emotional depth. To him, she was everything he thought he lacked. But when Mia showed signs of vulnerability or doubt, Lucas became distant. The image he had created didn't allow for weakness. What he fell in love with was his projection, not her truth. And when the illusion dissolved, so did the love. This brings us to the second reason people fall in love with you. Not just because you mirror their unconscious ideal, but because you awaken parts of themselves they have buried or forgotten. You may trigger their desire to be free or to live with more authenticity. You might carry an energy that touches the truth they've been avoiding. In this way, you become a catalyst, not a partner, but a spiritual mirror. They don't love you for who you are. They love what being around you makes them feel more alive, more whole, more seen. This is why spiritual wisdom warns us not to confuse intensity with intimacy. True love begins when the projections fall, and two people are willing to see each other clearly without the filter of fantasy. Lasting love isn't about perfection. It's about presence. It's choosing to stay after the shine wears off. It's recognizing the humanity behind the symbol. Jung said, "Until you make the unconscious conscious, it will direct your life and you will call it fate." Love rooted in projection will always feel like fate until it crumbles. But love rooted in awareness feels different It's not a high. It's a grounding. It's not about finding someone who completes you. It's about becoming someone who is whole enough to love without illusion. If you've ever felt the sting of love fading once the fantasy is gone, you're not alone. Leave a like, subscribe to our channel, and turn on the notification bell so you never miss deep insights like this. And in the comments, type, "I choose real love over illusion." Let's awaken together. Six, love as a tool for growth and individuation. Carl Jung believed that love, no matter how painful, is never a mistake. It's a sacred path, one that leads you back to yourself. Every person you fall for is not simply someone you're drawn to. They are a mirror, reflecting hidden dimensions of your psyche. Whether they awaken your longing, your fear, your unhealed wounds, or your forgotten strengths, their presence in your life activates something dormant inside you. Love becomes the trigger that starts the journey inward. And this, Jung teaches, is not random. It is the soul's call to transformation, a call that often comes disguised as romance. When you feel magnetically pulled to someone, it's not just about chemistry. It's a projection of the self. You see in them a part of you that you've denied, craved, or never dared to explore. They might represent your strength, your vulnerability, your freedom, or your chaos. And that intensity you feel? It's your unconscious recognizing itself in another form. Jung called this the process of individuation, the lifelong quest to become whole by integrating all the parts of your being, both light and shadow. And love, especially romantic love, accelerates this process. It's the fire that burns away illusion and the mirror that reveals truth. It brings your unresolved emotions to the surface. It confronts you with your ego. It invites you to heal childhood wounds and question the masks you wear. This is why relationships can feel both exhilarating and excruciating. They stretch you. They strip you. They force you to grow. The person you love most may not be meant to stay, but they are always meant to awaken. They're the soul's invitation to evolve. In this sense, people fall in love with you for two deep reasons. One, because you unknowingly reflect back their unconscious desires or suppressed traits. And two, because their soul senses that your presence will initiate their growth. You are not just loved for who you are. You are loved for the transformation you represent. This is the hidden architecture of attraction. It is not surface level. It is soul deep. Love is not only an emotional experience, it is a spiritual awakening. The more conscious you become of this, the more clarity and compassion you'll bring into your relationships. So, when love arrives and then disappears, or when it feels overwhelming and destabilizing, know that something deeper is at work. You are not being punished, you are being refined. The soul uses love to open your eyes and break your patterns. It uses longing to bring you back to yourself. Love, in Jung's view, is never just about the other person. It is about what they awaken in you. And when you understand this, you stop asking, "Why did they leave?" and begin asking, "What did they reveal?" That's where the real transformation begins. If this message helped you see love in a new light, leave a comment below. I embrace love as a mirror for my growth. Every connection is guiding me toward wholeness. And don't forget to like, subscribe, and turn on the notification bell so you never miss a moment of spiritual insight on your journey to self-discovery. 7. The real meaning of romantic encounters. Not all romantic relationships are meant to last forever. Some come into your life like a storm, not to stay, but to shake you awake. These connections are designed to disrupt old patterns, stir long-forgotten emotions, and initiate a process of inner transformation. Carl Jung called them synchronistic events, not random, but perfectly timed on a soul level. They show up precisely when your spirit needs them most, even if your mind isn't ready. What seems like chance is often a deeper form of spiritual wisdom at work life, delivering exactly who and what you need for your next level of growth. There are relationships that break patterns, those deeply magnetic encounters that trigger your wounds, fears, and past conditioning. They mirror what still needs healing inside you. You may find yourself repeating the same emotional loops: abandonment, betrayal, or codependency. But it's not punishment, it's revelation. That person isn't the source of your pain. They're the reflection of it. And once the mirror is held up, you can finally begin the process of healing what was once unconscious. In this way, love becomes a spiritual teacher, not through comfort, but through confrontation. Other encounters awaken dormant energy inside you. You feel alive in ways you hadn't for years, more expressive, more sensual, more inspired. Something about their presence unlocks a forgotten part of you. It could be your creativity, your passion, or your courage to finally speak your truth. These are the people who don't just love you, they ignite you. Their role isn't to complete your life, but to remind you of the power already within it. In these moments, spiritual awakening happens not through solitude, but through shared electricity, through the soul's recognition that something sacred is stirring. Then there are those who arrive to teach you hard truths. These are not soft, easy loves. They are fierce, catalytic, and often heartbreaking. They expose the illusions you've clung to, the lies you've told yourself, and the dreams that were never truly yours. They shatter the fantasy so that you can finally face reality. But it's in this raw, painful clarity that the deepest growth begins. Jung believed that the shadow of the part of ourselves we repress is often projected onto those we fall for. And when that projection collapses, what's left is not just grief, but wisdom. A deeper knowing of who you are, what you need, and what you're no longer willing to tolerate. Every person who enters your romantic life brings a lesson, even if it comes wrapped in longing or loss. When you look back, you'll see how each encounter shaped you, how some pushed you to your edge, while others pulled you back to yourself. Spiritual wisdom teaches us that love isn't always about finding the one who stays. Sometimes it's about meeting the one who changes everything. The ones who awaken you, confront you, mirror you, or inspire you are all part of your soul's curriculum. Their presence is never wasted. Their impact is never random. They are, in truth, the messengers of your evolution. Don't forget to subscribe for more wisdom on how every romantic encounter, no matter how brief, can awaken your soul, shift your energy, and lead you closer to who you're meant to become. 8. Awareness transforms love. If we do not become conscious of our patterns, we are destined to repeat the same kind of heartbreak again and again. Carl Jung believed that love, at its core, is not random. It is a mirror. We're drawn to people who reflect something hidden within us, often something unresolved. That's why many of us keep falling in love with the same type of person. Someone who triggers familiar emotions, even if they lead us to pain. These aren't coincidences. They are signals from the unconscious mind, inviting us to awaken. When you are unaware of your inner world, your relationships are shaped by projection. You don't fall in love with the real person. You fall in love with the idea of them. Jung called these inner templates archetypes, images formed by your psyche, shaped through childhood experiences, cultural expectations, and deep emotional imprints. For men, it's the anima, the feminine ideal. For women, it's the animus, the masculine ideal. And when someone in the outer world matches these inner images, attraction ignites. But it's not true love. It's a reflection of your inner world projected onto another human being. This is why awareness is the beginning of healing. When you start to observe your thoughts and emotional reactions with clarity, you recognize the patterns. You stop saying, "Why does this always happen to me?" and start asking, "What within me keeps attracting this?" That shift is where transformation begins. Love turns from fantasy into something real, built not on illusion, but on understanding. You no longer fall in love with a person to complete you. You connect with someone who complements your wholeness. Take the story of Michael. He constantly found himself in relationships where he felt emotionally starved, always chasing validation, never feeling enough. After working with a Jungian therapist, he uncovered the truth. He was projecting his unresolved relationship with his emotionally distant mother onto every woman he dated. Once he became aware of that wound, he stopped trying to earn love through performance. He learned to give love to himself, and in doing so, he attracted someone who saw him for who he really was, not the role he had been playing. Awareness transforms love into something grounded and liberating. You begin to choose from a place of peace, not desperation, from authenticity, not fear. You realize that love is not about being rescued or rescuing someone else. It's about two people showing up whole and choosing each other consciously. Carl Jung's spiritual wisdom teaches us that romantic attraction is not always about the other person. It's often about what's been buried deep in your psyche, longing to be brought to light through connection. Once you see your own inner landscape clearly, your outer relationships change. You stop mistaking intensity for intimacy. You stop chasing people who reflect your wounds. And you begin to build love on the foundation of self-awareness, truth, and emotional responsibility. In this space, love is no longer an escape. It becomes a path to growth and inner peace. To affirm your commitment to conscious love and inner growth, comment below, "I choose awareness." Your words may spark someone else's awakening. And if this message resonated with you, don't forget to like, subscribe, and turn on the notification bell for more insights on healing, truth, and transformation. Love is never random. As Carl Jung reminds us, people are drawn to you not just for who you are on the outside, but because you awaken something deep within their soul. Whether it's a reflection of their unconscious self or the longing for inner wholeness, your presence holds meaning far beyond words. If this message has resonated with you, don't forget to like this video, share it with someone who needs to hear it, and subscribe to Spiritual Wisdom for more insights like this. And make sure to turn on the notification bell so you never miss a powerful new video. Your journey of awakening is just beginning. 13 signs your aura is too powerful for most people to handle. Your vision will become clear only when you can look into your own heart. Who looks outside, dreams. Who looks inside, awakes. Carl Jung. Have you ever felt like your very presence unsettles others, even when you're simply being yourself? This isn't arrogance, it's energy. In today's video on spiritual wisdom, we'll explore 13 powerful signs that your aura might be too intense for most people to handle. These signs aren't just labels, they're invitations to deeper self-awareness. As you listen, ask yourself, have I experienced this? Drop your insights in the comments below your story. Might just be the light someone else needs to feel seen and understood. 1. You don't seek external approval, and that threatens the system. In a world where conformity is the norm, and external validation is mistaken for self-worth, choosing not to seek approval becomes a radical act. Society trains us to crave applause, to earn belonging by dimming our light, by editing ourselves to fit into someone else's mold. But you've broken that unspoken contract. You've stepped outside the invisible prison of performance, and in doing so, you've returned home to yourself. This quiet rebellion is not loud or boastful. It is steady, grounded, and sovereign. You are no longer at the mercy of opinions. While others adjust their identity to gain affection, you remain centered in your truth. You are not moved by tides of popularity because you no longer need permission to exist. Your aura doesn't whisper, it declares. And what it declares can be unsettling. I am not for sale. This declaration isn't made with words. It flows from you effortlessly, like a silent current of self-possession. This is not arrogance. This is wholeness. A person who is whole doesn't seek to stand out. They simply can't fit in where there is no alignment. When you enter a space, you do not shrink. You do not bend the energy, and the room shifts around you. People sense it immediately, even if they can't articulate it. Some will admire you, yes, even be drawn to you, like a compass to the north. But others, whose own identities still rest on shaky ground, might feel discomfort in your presence. Not because you've harmed them, but because your very being exposes what they have yet to discover within themselves. Carl Jung spoke of this. He understood that individuation, the courageous journey of becoming fully yourself, is not without its cost. Before it liberates, it isolates. Before it empowers, it disrupts. Not everyone is ready to face the truths that your presence surfaces. And that's okay. Your role is not to soothe their fears by dimming your light. Your responsibility is to stay aligned, even if it means standing alone. Because peace, real peace, does not come from being liked. It comes from being whole. You don't bend your truth to make others feel better. You don't dilute your message to be more digestible. You don't shapeshift to belong. You've learned that authentic alignment with your soul is more valuable than any applause and far more lasting than any fleeting approval. And that alignment creates a frequency, a vibration that is unmistakable. It cannot be faked. It cannot be bought. And it certainly cannot be imitated. People may feel it and withdraw without knowing why. Some may project onto you, calling you distant, intense, or intimidating. But none of that belongs to you. Those labels are simply a mirror reflecting their unresolved fears back at them. Your clarity, your peace, your power, those things disturb what is still fragmented in others. Because you've shattered the mold, you can no longer be molded. You are no longer performing, you are living. And when you live your truth, that truth has a frequency. That frequency pierces through illusions, dissolves lies, and reveals where people are still hiding from themselves. This is not just poetic language. It is grounded in psychological truth. As Jung explained, once we integrate our shadow, those hidden, disowned parts of ourselves, we stop needing to project it onto others. But those who haven't done the inner work will often see in you what they deny in themselves, and they'll blame you for it. You have become emotionally immune to manipulation because your worth no longer hangs in the balance of someone else's opinion. You don't chase love. You don't beg to be seen. You don't hustle for your value. That kind of self-possession, that kind of energetic independence, is what systems of control fear the most. You cannot be dominated, not because you are aggressive, but because you are whole. And wholeness in a fragmented world is both rare and revolutionary. It doesn't conform. It doesn't apologize. It simply is. So if this message resonates deep in your soul, if you feel this truth, not just in your mind, but in your bones, I invite you to claim it. Comment below. I am not for sale. Let the world know that your light will not be dimmed. Not for comfort, not for belonging, not for anyone. You were never meant to be caged. You were meant to be free. 2. Your presence acts as a mirror. When your aura radiates with truth, it doesn't seek permission to be felt. It just is. You don't walk into a room asking for attention, yet attention finds you. Not because you're loud, but because you're aligned. Your presence alone creates a ripple, shaking loose the masks people wear and exposing emotional truths they've buried deep. And it's not what you say. It's the silence you carry that becomes deafening for those who haven't yet faced their own shadow. Your energy becomes a mirror. And in that mirror, people don't just see you. They see themselves, often for the first time. That kind of confrontation, even when unspoken, is not something everyone is prepared for. Carl Jung spoke of this long before the modern language of energy and frequency. He called it the shadow of the repressed parts of the psyche that we deny, hide, or project onto others. When someone is in the presence of a person who has done the inner work, someone who is not fragmented or pretending, it awakens something raw. Your aura doesn't judge. It reflects. It reveals. And what it reveals, unhealed wounds, false identities, unresolved emotions, is precisely what many run from. This is why your calmness can feel like a storm to those in chaos. Your clarity can be unsettling to those still living in fog. And your presence, though peaceful, can stir waves in others without you even trying. You've probably seen it happen. People withdrawing for reasons they can't explain. Friends who once laughed with you now avoid your gaze. Co-workers who once complimented your strength now whisper from a distance. It's tempting to take it personally, but it isn't personal. It's energetic. When your spirit becomes whole, it disrupts everything that is fragmented. And because you've chosen alignment, you naturally bring contrast. You don't have to correct people's lies. Your truth already does that. You don't have to expose their insecurities. Your confidence already touches them. You don't need to prove anything. Your very existence becomes evidence of what's real. There's a reason people say you're too much. It's not because you are. It's because you're no longer pretending to be less. You've stopped shrinking, and others haven't adjusted to your expansion. When you walk in your full self, you interrupt the performance others are used to. Your wholeness demands presence, not pretense. And some aren't ready to give up their comfort zones. Jung would argue that they're not reacting to you. They're reacting to the parts of themselves you've awakened. Your vibration calls out to their potential, and if they're not ready to rise, they'll retreat. But here's the truth. You are not here to be digestible. You are here to be a reminder of what it looks like to live integrated, awake, and free. Think of those rare individuals who walk into space and change the entire atmosphere, not through noise, but through presence. Their energy doesn't compete, it commands. Their stillness speaks louder than words. That's what you carry. That's what makes you different. And that difference is your divine assignment. Your aura is not decoration, it's declaration. It's a frequency that can't be faked, a vibration that can't be copied. It isn't about superiority, it's about surrender. You've surrendered to who you are, and that surrender makes others aware of who they've denied being. So when people walk away, let them. It's not rejection, it's revelation. Their absence doesn't define your worth. It confirms your light. You weren't made to blend in with mediocrity. You were born to set the tone, to shift the atmosphere, to raise the standard by simply existing in truth. And yes, it can feel isolating. But even in that loneliness, you're not alone. Because there are others like you watching, waiting, remembering. Your presence activates remembrance. Your words stir awakenings. Your silence plants seeds. Never underestimate the power of who you are when you stop editing yourself. The world needs your energy, now more than ever. So don't shrink. Don't explain. Don't apologize. Let your aura be what it was always meant to be, a divine disruption. And if your soul is nodding right now, let this truth anchor you. I am receiving this message from God. It is for me today. I trust it completely. Speak it, breathe it, live it. And when you're ready, leave your mark in the comments. Because this isn't just about you. It's about all the lives your light will illuminate. 3. Emotional reactions from strangers. Reflect your energy field. One of the clearest signs that your aura is too powerful for some people to handle is how they respond to you without even knowing why. You might notice that strangers suddenly open up to you, revealing secrets they've never shared with anyone. At the same time, others might become defensive, irritated, or visibly uncomfortable in your presence, even if you've done nothing to provoke them. This has little to do with what you say, and everything to do with what you are. Your energy doesn't just sit passively. It moves, it vibrates, and it interacts with the suppressed emotions and unconscious material of others. Like a tuning fork, your frequency resonates with the hidden wounds in those around you, shaking loose buried shame, fear, insecurity, or resentment. Carl Jung called this phenomenon projection, when someone unconsciously transfers their inner issues onto another person. In your case, it often means people are responding not to you directly, but to the shadow within themselves that your presence unknowingly reflects. This is what happens when your aura vibrates at a higher frequency. You've done the internal work. You've chosen authenticity over approval, truth over comfort, and alignment over performance. And when you live in that kind of integrity, your energy becomes disruptive, but in a good way. It doesn't allow people to remain asleep in their patterns. It reveals the cracks they've been trying to hide. It brings unconscious discomfort to the surface where it can finally be faced. Some people will experience this as healing, even if they can't explain why they feel lighter or more honest around you. Others, however, will experience it as a threat. They may mislabel you as intimidating, too intense, or too much, simply because your presence exposes the emotional fog they've become attached to. And yet, this is not your fault, nor is it your burden to carry. You are not meant to shrink yourself to make others feel more comfortable in their denial. Your presence is not a mistake. It is a mirror, a catalyst, a light in a world where many still live in the dark. You must understand that your aura is not just powerful, it is purposeful. You are not here to please everyone. You are here to shift the vibration of spaces, even if it causes discomfort. As Jung famously said, the meeting of two personalities is like the contact of two chemical substances. If there is any reaction, both are transformed. That's exactly what your energy does, it transforms. But transformation is rarely a peaceful process. It disrupts. It stirs. It shakes people out of complacency. This is why your relationships may feel more intense than most. Why do people either cling to you or retreat from you? Why you often find yourself caught between admiration and suspicion? It's because you're not just a person, you're an activation. You don't just enter a room, you shift it. You don't just talk, you transmit. And that kind of presence doesn't go unnoticed. It either draws people in or sends them running. But in either case, it's doing exactly what it's meant to do. You didn't come here to be neutral. You came here to raise the frequency. So if you've noticed that people react strongly around you, for better or worse, trust that it's your energy field doing its sacred work. You're not crazy, and you're not too much. You're just resonating at a frequency that not everyone can hold. And that is not only okay, it's divine. Honor the power in your presence. You are not here to play small. You are here to remind the world what truth feels like. And light, when powerful, can never be hidden. If this resonates with your journey, type in the comments below. I embrace my powerful energy and the light I bring into this world. 4. You trigger psychological projections. When your aura is clear, grounded, and deeply aligned with your inner truth, you don't merely walk into a room, you shift its entire energy. Your presence becomes a force, a vibration that stirs something unseen. People may not be able to explain it, but they feel it. It's an emotional stirring, a ripple in their subconscious. As Carl Jung taught, when individuals have not yet made peace with their inner shadows, be it fear, insecurity, regret, or unfulfilled desires, they will unknowingly project these unresolved emotions onto others. You show up radiating calm confidence and pure authenticity. You become a mirror, reflecting back what others have suppressed within themselves. Their reaction isn't really about you. It's about the parts of themselves they've long avoided. Your energy becomes a spotlight, illuminating what's been kept in the dark. That's why you may find people reacting to you in extremes. Some may admire you from afar, drawn to your clarity. Others may envy you, or even resent you without ever having a conversation with you. This is not ego, nor is it pride. It resonates. Your frequency disrupts their emotional autopilot. It shakes them out of numbness, and they either rise to meet it or retreat into resistance. Because when you're spiritually aligned and energetically sovereign, you're no longer matching the room you're leading it. That shift creates waves, and not everyone is ready to swim. You may begin to notice the subtle discomfort you evoke in certain people. They might fidget, avoid eye contact, or withdraw when you speak, even though you're simply being kind. Others, on the other hand, may be irresistibly drawn to you. They might feel safe, seen, and understood around you without even knowing why. That's the power of an aura rooted in spiritual truth. What you're witnessing is projection in motion, people responding not to who you are, but to what your energy stirs within their psyche. Carl Jung once said, "Everything that irritates us about others can lead us to an understanding of ourselves." But here's the other side of that coin. Everything that triggers someone about you may be the very thing that holds a key to their healing if they have the courage to face it. In this way, your presence becomes more than magnetic. It becomes medicinal. You awaken something ancient in people, their potential, their pain, their forgotten truth. Your aura doesn't just shine, it reveals. It pierces through illusion. It strips away the social masks and artificial roles. And that can be frightening to those who rely on performance and approval to define their identity. Not because you've done something wrong, but because you're doing something rare. You're choosing to be fully yourself. And in a world addicted to conformity, authenticity becomes an act of rebellion. So if you've ever felt misunderstood, judged, avoided, or even resented, especially when your intentions are pure, know this: it is not your flaw. It is your confirmation. You are evidence that clarity, wholeness, and inner peace are not only possible, they're powerful. Let people feel what they feel. Let them project. You are not here to meet their expectations. You are here to remind them of their forgotten essence. If this message resonates with your spirit, support our journey of awakening by liking this video, subscribing to our channel, and turning on the notification bell so you never miss this kind of soul-nourishing content. And if you feel ready to step into your power, type in the comments, "I deserve to live a financially prosperous life." Because the truth is, you do. 5. A powerful aura reflects inner integration and authenticity. When you do the deep inner work of confronting your repressed emotions, integrating the shadow, and healing the parts of yourself that were once fragmented or hidden, something subtle but undeniable begins to happen. Your energy shifts. This transformation radiates outward. Carl Jung called the shadow the unconscious side of the psyche, the parts of us we deny, suppress, or are unaware of. But when you have the courage to face these hidden aspects, you become more whole. And that wholeness doesn't just stay inside you, it begins to vibrate through your presence. Your aura, then, isn't just a glow or a vibe. It becomes a force. Not one that forces others, but one that exposes what is untrue, what is fragmented, what is fragile. This is the kind of aura that doesn't need to speak loudly to be felt. It walks into a room and shifts the air without saying a word. Most people live behind masks. Jung called this the persona, the identity we construct to be accepted. But when you step outside of that mask and choose truth over performance, your energy becomes raw and real. And while realness is liberating, it can also be deeply uncomfortable for those who are still hiding. Your authenticity disrupts the social game. It doesn't play by the rules of superficial politeness or approval seeking. It simply is. And that isness, that deep inner clarity, can be disarming to people who haven't yet met themselves. They may find your presence intimidating, not because you are dangerous, but because your energy reflects the very things they have not yet acknowledged in their own soul. You show them what they could be, but are not ready to become. That's why some people retreat from you without explanation, project negativity onto you, or label you as too much. It's not about you being wrong, it's about you being real. There is nothing aggressive about a powerful aura. It doesn't seek attention. It doesn't dominate the room. It simply reveals the truth. It is the kind of quiet power that exposes illusions without intention. And in a world full of people who have built entire identities around illusion, that exposure can feel like a threat. But for others, those who are ready to evolve your energy, feels like a doorway. It awakens something inside of them. It calls them forward. They may not even understand why they're drawn to you, but something in your presence makes them remember a truth they had forgotten. This is why you may find that people either cling to you or completely avoid you. Your presence becomes a threshold. Not everyone will cross it, because not everyone is ready for transformation. What you carry is not charisma. It's clarity. It's the unshakable energy of someone who has returned home to themselves. You don't seek to impress. You don't chase approval. You don't bend to make others comfortable. And yet, you are magnetic. People feel something when you walk into a space, a kind of weight, but not heaviness. It's depth. It's substance. It's that rare sense of someone who doesn't need the world to approve of their existence. You are not performing. You are not manipulating. You are simply being, and that being is enough to stir dormant energies in others. It's why some people feel instantly vulnerable around you, while others feel inspired. Either way, your energy has impact. And in moments when you sense people pulling back, questioning you, or becoming distant for no apparent reason, don't doubt yourself. Don't shrink. Don't make yourself smaller just to fit into their comfort zones. Your authenticity is not a threat, it's a light. And not everyone is ready for that light. Some people are still too accustomed to the dark, and when your light shines, it exposes everything they haven't yet dealt with. That doesn't make your presence a problem. It makes it a mirror. So trust your energy. Trust the reactions it evokes, whether positive or negative. You are not here to make people feel comfortable. You are here to be whole. And wholeness is a rare and powerful thing. As Jung once said, the most terrifying thing is to accept oneself completely. You've done that, or at least you're on the path, and that alone sets you apart. Your aura is not loud, but it is undeniable. It speaks for you. It reveals your inner alignment. And if others can't handle it, that is their journey, not your burden. If you've ever felt this, that your energy shakes people, even when you're silent, it's because you've become the kind of presence that reminds the world what authenticity looks like. So take up space. Be seen. Let your energy speak the truth it was born to carry. And if this message resonates with you, declare it with power in the comments. My energy speaks truth. Let your presence be a living example of the wholeness so many are still searching for. 6. Others feel drained or energized by your presence. Some people feel uplifted and comforted around you, as if your presence brings a sense of calm, hope, and renewal they didn't know they needed. Others, however, may grow uneasy, irritated, or even emotionally drained just by being near you. This isn't about your words, behavior, or attitude. It's about the silent power of your aura. Your energy doesn't just walk into a room, it radiates. And when it's deeply aligned, authentic, and spiritually charged, it can either heal or disturb, depending on what others are carrying within themselves. Carl Jung's work reminds us that we are not just thinking beings, We are fields of influence, radiating unconscious energy that interacts with the world in ways we barely notice. A powerful aura, then, is not just a mystical idea, it's a psychological reality. It's the invisible force that either awakens others or reveals what they've been avoiding. This is why your light can be both a beacon and a mirror. To those who are open, it's inspiring. To those who are unhealed, it's confronting. That's why some people are drawn to you like a safe harbor. They feel seen, accepted, and energized in your company. They might even say things like, "I don't know why, but I feel better when I talk to you." These are the moments when your aura is acting as a natural healer, restoring balance and raising the emotional tone of those around you without any conscious effort. But this gift comes with a lesson. Not everyone is capable of receiving your energy in a healthy way. There are people who, whether they realize it or not, come into your space not to connect, but to consume. They feel lost in their own energy, and when they sense your radiance, they cling to it. These individuals may leave you feeling tired, emotionally heavy, or inexplicably anxious. They're not bad people. They're just energetically hungry. But you must remember, your energy is not theirs to feed on. You are not required to dim your light to accommodate their shadows. Learning to protect your energy is not selfish, it's sacred. Discernment becomes your spiritual compass. Pay attention to how you feel after each interaction. Do you feel expanded, empowered, and recharged? Or do you feel like something was taken from you? The answers lie not in logic, but in sensation. Your aura responds before your mind can rationalize. Trust that. In the chaos of modern life, where emotional and spiritual noise is everywhere from crowded workplaces to digital spaces, you must become the guardian of your own frequency. Your presence is powerful, not because of what you do, but because of who you are. And the world doesn't always know what to do with someone so rare, so real, and so radiant. This is not a burden, it's a calling. If this message resonates with you, comment "awesome" below, so we know we're not alone in this experience. Your voice matters, your light matters, and the more you understand it, the more you can use it with wisdom and purpose. Don't forget to like this video, subscribe to Spiritual Wisdom, and tap the bell so you never miss a message designed to elevate your soul. 7. You're often labeled too intense or different. Because you operate at a deeper emotional and spiritual frequency, others often don't know how to handle your presence. They label you as too intense, too much, or different, not because you've done anything wrong, but because your energy disrupts the norm. In a world that rewards surface-level comfort and conformity, someone like you who refuses to shrink or dilute their essence becomes a silent challenge to everything artificial. You don't play small to make others feel big. You don't water yourself down to become digestible. And that terrifies people who haven't yet met themselves fully. Your aura speaks volumes before you say a word. Carl Jung believed that the psyche is more than what we consciously know. It's a complex field of influences, instincts, and truths we often suppress. When your energy field is strong and aligned, it becomes a mirror, one that reflects what others are trying to avoid. People who haven't dealt with their own shadows may find your authenticity unsettling because your presence silently calls them to level up, to look within, and to face the very parts of themselves they've spent years running from. That's why you're not for everyone, and that's okay. You weren't born to fit in. You were born to shine in ways that awaken. There's a woman named Elia who shared her story about constantly being misunderstood at work. She was always calm, composed, and didn't engage in gossip or people-pleasing. Yet, people said she had an intimidating vibe. It wasn't arrogance, it was clarity. She had nothing to prove and no interest in emotional games. When she walked into a room, things shifted, not because she demanded attention, but because she carried truth. That's the power of aura. It isn't always loud. Sometimes, it's the quiet confidence that unsettles people the most. You may find that people project their fears onto you. They say you're arrogant when you're confident, cold when you're simply focused, detached when you're just protecting your peace. But know this: when your spirit is whole, when your light doesn't flicker based on who's watching, your energy becomes magnetic to some and repellent to others. That polarity is not a curse. It's confirmation that you are walking in your truth. Jung said, "The privilege of a lifetime is to become who you truly are." Your refusal to abandon your depth is the exact thing that makes your journey sacred. So the next time someone calls you too much, smile gently. Let it be a reminder that you're not here to make people comfortable. You're here to be a portal of change, a presence that cannot be ignored. You are intense because your soul is awake. You are different because you've chosen truth over trends. You are powerful because you've learned not to fear your light. And that, dear one, is exactly what this world needs more of. If you felt seen in this message, leave a comment and share your truth. Type below, "I honor the power of my aura." Let's keep this sacred conversation going. 8. You shift the energy in a room just by entering. Your aura doesn't need words to make an entrance. The moment you step into a room, something shifts. Conversations pause, eyes glance your way, and without explanation, the atmosphere begins to change. It's not about how you look or how confidently you carry yourself. What's happening is far deeper. You are radiating energetic coherence, a natural alignment between your inner truth and your external energy. That kind of power speaks before you do. And even though it's silent, it echoes loudly through every space you enter. People feel it without knowing how to name it. Some might grow quiet in your presence, not out of intimidation, but because they feel exposed. Others may lean in, drawn to your centeredness, curious about the calm you carry. Children and animals, untouched by the masks of social conditioning, will recognize your frequency instantly. A dog might rest its head near your feet. A toddler may reach out to touch your hand. That's not coincidence. That's the resonance. They sense the safety and truth in you. You vibrate at a level that only the untainted can recognize without question. Carl Jung believed in the invisible forces shaping human interaction. Though he didn't use the term aura in the mystical sense, his teachings on the unconscious, the shadow self, and the collective psyche all point towards something undeniable. We don't just think and act, we emit. Your vision will become clear only when you can look into your own heart. Jung once said, "That's what you've done. That's why your energy unsettles some and awakens others. Your light does more than inspire, it reveals. And what it reveals can be uncomfortable for those still hiding in their own shadows. People often misunderstand you. They say you're too intense, too deep, too much. But you're not too much. You're just fully present. You've done the inner work. You've confronted your fears, integrated your wounds, and risen into authenticity. That kind of presence can't be faked, and it definitely can't be ignored. When you walk in with that level of clarity and vibration, others are forced to feel themselves more deeply. That can be beautiful or terrifying, depending on how ready they are to grow. Still, it's not your job to shrink. You weren't born to dim your light, to comfort the eyes of those still adjusting to truth. You were born to shift energy, to move hearts, to carry frequency. And yes, sometimes that means standing alone in a room full of people who don't yet understand why they feel what they feel around you. That's not rejection. That's a transformation in motion. If this resonates with you, leave a comment below and say, "I am not too much. I am exactly enough." 9. You repel shallow or performative people. Your presence doesn't just speak, it reveals. When your aura carries the frequency of truth, it becomes impossible for shallow or performative people to remain comfortable around you. It's not about confrontation, it's about contrast. Your energy silently calls out what is false. Those who depend on performance, status, gossip, or external validation often feel exposed in your presence, not because you're judging them, but because your authenticity stands in stark opposition to their pretense. People living behind masks sense something unsettling when you're near. It's as if your energy pulls at the very seams of their illusion. Carl Jung understood this dynamic well. His work revealed that the unconscious reacts powerfully to what it has repressed. So when someone like you, embodying integrity, depth, and spiritual clarity, enters their space, it forces the unconscious shadow to rise. This confrontation often results in avoidance, resentment, or passive aggression. But the issue isn't you, it's what your aura awakens in them. In today's world, where curated personas dominate social media and surface-level interaction is the norm, people who embody spiritual presence are disruptive in the best way. You don't conform to scripts. You don't pretend to be fine when you're not. You don't participate in gossip just to feel included. Your refusal to play the game makes those still stuck in the game nervous, and that's okay. Think of a time at work or among friends when you spoke from the heart without embellishment and felt the room change. Maybe people got quiet. Maybe someone changed the subject. That discomfort wasn't because you overstepped. It was because you were real in a space that was accustomed to performance. Powerful energy always brings clarity, and clarity often feels like exposure to those who are hiding. Still, this isn't a curse, it's a spiritual gift. Your energy acts as a mirror. Not everyone is ready to look, but those who are will be transformed by what they see in you. While others might withdraw, the ones who stay, those who resonate with depth, growth, and truth, will find in you a kindred soul. You don't attract crowds, you attract soul tribes. You don't build noise, you build resonance. So, if you felt isolated, misjudged, or avoided for simply being yourself, take heart. Your aura is doing what it's meant to do. Protect your peace, refine your environment, and elevate those around you. You are not here to be liked by everyone. You are here to awaken what is real. And sometimes, that means walking through life with fewer companions, but deeper connections. Leave your like and subscribe to spiritual wisdom. And if this resonates with you, comment below, "I walk in truth." Let's continue to raise our frequency and reflect the light that calls others home. 10. Toxic people are drawn to your light. Toxic people are drawn to your light, not because you are weak, but because you are whole in a way they are not. Narcissists, manipulators, and emotionally unwell individuals are often magnetized to powerful auras, those who radiate clarity, kindness, and self-possession. Your energy becomes a mirror, reflecting back to them everything they have not yet healed. Rather than being inspired by your wholeness, they attempt to feed on it. They subconsciously crave the peace and authenticity you embody, but instead of growing into that energy, they seek to drain it from you. This is not admiration, it's energetic consumption masked as connection. Your light acts as a beacon in a dark world, and that glow can trigger the unhealed wounds of others. Carl Jung understood this deeply when he said, "One does not become enlightened by imagining figures of light, but by making the darkness conscious." The problem is not that your light is too much, but that their darkness is not yet owned. Your aura exposes their unresolved emotions, and rather than face their shadows, they cling to you hoping your warmth will silence the chaos inside them. But light is not meant to be used, it is meant to be honored. That's why boundaries are sacred. Without them, your energy becomes open territory for anyone who feels entitled to your peace. Boundaries are not walls that block love. They are filters that protect it. You must be willing to say no without guilt, to walk away without fear, and to let go of people who mistake your presence for a healing center they can exploit. You were not created to constantly fix others at the expense of your own nervous system. Your job is not to rescue everyone who feels broken. Your responsibility is to stay rooted in your own growth, no matter who misunderstands it. When someone's connection to you feels like constant crisis, guilt-tripping, or emotional chaos, it is not connection. It is energetic consumption. Your time, your peace, your presence, these are sacred. They are not up for negotiation with those who refuse to take accountability for their own healing. Your aura is powerful because it has been built through pain, reflection, and transformation. You are not responsible for those who choose not to do that same work. Every time you set a boundary, you honor your evolution. Every time you walk away from manipulation, you affirm your self-worth. Every time you say, "This is not for me," you strengthen your energetic field. And that power will always attract those who want to dim it, not because they hate you, but because your light reminds them of how far they've yet to go. So be kind, but be firm. Be open, but stay wise. Not everyone who wants your energy deserves access to it. Protect your light not out of fear, but out of reverence for the work you've done to shine. And if this message speaks to something you felt but never said out loud, type in the comments, "I protect my light." Let's create a space where powerful souls like you are no longer drained, but empowered. 11. You attract deep, soulful conversations. Naturally, people feel safe around you, often without understanding why. It's not something you say. It's not even something you do. It's something you are. Your aura, the subtle field of emotional and energetic presence surrounding you, naturally draws people in. According to Carl Jung, we are all more than just the conscious mind. We're complex layers of the personal unconscious, collective unconscious, and archetypal energies. When your aura is powerful, aligned, and authentic, it resonates like a silent song that others unconsciously hear and feel. And so, people open up. They tell you things they haven't told anyone else. Strangers find themselves confessing their childhood traumas, heartbreaks, or unspoken dreams, all because your presence gives them permission to be real. But this natural magnetism comes with a challenge. When your energy feels like a sanctuary, people might treat it like a therapy room. They enter with baggage, and without meaning to, they might try to leave it with you. That's when you must remember one of the most important lessons for those with high spiritual energy. You are a mirror, not a sponge. You reflect clarity, but you are not meant to absorb the weight of another's pain. Jung called this the process of individuation, the integration of all aspects of the self, both conscious and unconscious. And when you've walked through the fire of your own healing, others sense that wholeness in you. But their healing journey is still theirs to walk. Holding space is a sacred act. It means you allow another person to express themselves fully, without judgment, without trying to fix, and without interruption. Your aura naturally holds this kind of space because it radiates safety and authenticity. But spiritual wisdom teaches us that we must also protect this space. You don't owe your energy to everyone who seeks it. Being open-hearted does not mean being emotionally available to all. This is where discernment becomes your protection. Just because someone wants to talk doesn't mean they deserve your time. And just because you can help doesn't mean you should. Your presence, whether you realize it or not, is often a trigger for others, not because you're harsh, but because you're deeply real. And in a world where most people wear masks, realness is rare and disarming. Your aura confronts people with their own suppressed truths. It's not just inspiring, it's exposing. That's why some people will avoid you, others will adore you, and a few will misunderstand you. But none of that changes the fact that your energy is medicine for those ready to grow. Still, it is not your duty to carry the emotional wounds that others refuse to heal. You are a catalyst. You initiate shifts in others just by being in the room. That's why boundaries are not only necessary, they're sacred. When you don't set them, you become drained, resentful, and disconnected from your own source of power. When you do, you stay aligned, grounded, and capable of offering real transformation to those who are ready. There's an old saying, "Don't set yourself on fire to keep others warm." That applies here more than ever. You don't need to dim your light, but you do need to honor the space where your light shines best. Carl Jung's wisdom reminds us that the psyche isn't something to be cured, it's something to be understood. When you begin to understand why people come to you, why they cry in your presence, or why they say, "I've never told anyone this before," you'll see that it's your aura doing the work. And with that understanding comes responsibility. You must choose when to open your energy and when to shield it, when to listen deeply and when to step away. It is not selfish. It is spiritual hygiene. So next time someone tells you their life story, within minutes of meeting you, smile gently and know that you didn't do anything wrong. In fact, you did something very right. You became a space where truth could finally breathe. If this resonates with you, type in the comments, "I am the mirror, not the sponge." And remember that your aura is not a weakness to control. It's a force to honor. 12. You radiate spiritual grounding and emotional neutrality. You remain calm while others panic. When tension rises, you don't feed it, you transmute it. You don't react impulsively. You respond with clarity and grace. This isn't because you're detached or emotionally numb. It's because you've done the inner work. You've met your shadows, faced your chaos, and found stillness on the other side. What people misunderstand as indifference is, in truth, a rare form of emotional intelligence, one that speaks of spiritual grounding and deep integration of your inner self. In a world addicted to chaos, your peace is disruptive. People who are used to emotional extremes can't quite grasp how you stay centered. Your presence doesn't match the noise, and so it unsettles them. But you're not here to match the noise. You're here to be the silence that reminds others of what they've forgotten: inner stability. Your emotional neutrality doesn't mean you don't feel. It means you've learned not to be ruled by every passing wave. Like a tree with roots that run deep, you are unshaken, even as storms rage around you. Carl Jung believed that our outer reactions are a reflection of our unconscious mind. When people are around you, your calm aura activates something deep within them. It's not your fault they feel off balance. It's your presence revealing what still needs healing. You've become a mirror, not by choice, but by energy. That mirror reflects their lack of inner peace, their unresolved wounds, and their resistance to stillness. And so, they label you too serious, too cold, too distant. But the truth is, you are simply too real. You've chosen to walk in awareness. You've chosen self-control over impulsiveness, grounding over reaction. You've stopped needing to prove anything, and your energy no longer clings or demands. It simply exists, powerfully and quietly. This is why your aura carries weight. It holds the truth. And truth is heavy for those still hiding behind illusions. Your silence doesn't mean absence. It means presence. It means you are so attuned to your own energy that you no longer lose yourself in others. You hold space. You observe. You protect your peace because you've learned it's sacred. And that kind of peace, the kind that radiates without needing validation, is magnetic, but not always welcome by those still attached to noise. If someone has ever made you feel strange for not reacting, for staying calm, for simply being grounded, remember, it's not about you. It's about the discomfort they feel when they can't pull you into their storm. Your neutrality is not emptiness. It is spiritual fullness. It is a sign that you are no longer controlled by the external world, but instead guided by your inner one. Leave a comment below if this speaks to your journey. Say, I choose inner peace over chaos. 13. Animals and children are naturally drawn to you. Children and animals don't respond to status, words, or appearances. They respond to energy. If they seem magnetically drawn to you, it's not by chance. It's because your aura emits a kind of purity that speaks directly to their instincts. In Carl Jung's work, this essence is reflected in the archetype of the divine child, a symbol of spiritual innocence, authenticity, and soul-connected awareness. When your energy is aligned, nurturing, and clear of egoic noise, it resonates with beings who still live close to their intuitive core. That's why a baby might stop crying in your arms, or a stray dog may approach you without fear. You radiate something that feels safe, honest, and whole. This isn't about trying to be gentle or kind. It's about simply being who you are at your core. Your presence is not filtered through manipulation or self-image. It's raw, grounded, and transparent. Those with the clearest auras often don't even realize how deeply their energy affects the world around them. It just happens. People calm down. Tension dissolves. Even chaos seems to hush itself in your presence. You may walk through life wondering why children choose you, why pets come alive when you're near, or why strangers feel compelled to open up. It's because your aura holds space. It doesn't judge. It simply exists in its truth, and that truth disarms anything artificial. One woman shared that every time she visited a new home for her healing work, the dogs who were usually protective would instantly become quiet, and the toddlers, who were known to be shy, would run toward her. It wasn't what she said or did. It was her field of energy calm, integrated, and safe. People who carry this type of energetic frequency don't often realize the spiritual responsibility they hold. Their presence heals without performance. Their silence speaks volumes. Their stillness transmits peace. Carl Jung might not have used the word aura in the mystical sense, but his understanding of the psyche and the collective unconscious points to something deeper. Each of us carries an energetic blueprint that others feel, even if they can't name it. Your aura is like a soul signature, and when it's strong and aligned, it becomes both a mirror and a magnet. It reflects others' unhealed wounds and also draws in those who are seeking light. This is why some people will love you instantly, while others feel oddly uncomfortable around you. You're not doing anything wrong. Your presence just speaks a truth that not everyone is ready to hear. In a world conditioned to respond to noise, you speak in vibration. And those who are attuned to children, animals, the deeply intuitive will always find their way to you. Let this be your reminder that your light is not invisible. It is felt, it is needed, and it is divine. The gentleness of your aura is not weakness, it's wisdom. It took pain to create that peace. It took silence to amplify your soul's voice. And the lesson here? Protect your energy like it's sacred, because it is. Maintain your alignment, not for validation, but for integrity. Let the presence of children and animals be your confirmation. Your aura speaks before you do. Comment below. My energy speaks before I do. And don't forget to like, share, and subscribe to Spiritual Wisdom for more content that awakens the truth already living inside you. Thank you for joining us on this deep dive into Carl Jung's wisdom and the powerful signs of a radiant aura. If this message resonated with you, or if you've ever felt misunderstood because of your energy, know that you're not alone, and your light is needed now more than ever. If you found value in today's video, please give it a thumbs up, share it with someone who needs to hear this, and subscribe to Spiritual Wisdom for more insights on energy, awakening, and transformation. Don't forget to turn on the notification bell so you never miss our upcoming videos that help you step fully into your power. Until next time, honor your energy, embrace your light, and keep shining. Carl Jung's 4 personality types, the truth about who you are. Until you make the unconscious conscious, it will direct your life, and you will call it fate. Carl Jung. Welcome to Spiritual Wisdom, where we explore the deeper truths that shape who we are. In today's video, we're diving into Carl Jung's 4 personality types, a powerful key to understanding how you think, feel, and connect with the world around you. Are you a thinker, feeler, sensor, or intuitive? Recognizing your type isn't just interesting, it's transformational. These insights can help you improve your relationships, make wiser decisions, and live a more authentic, fulfilling life. So as you watch, ask yourself, Have I truly discovered who I am? Drop your personality type in the comments below and share how it shows up in your daily life. Let's grow together. 1. Jung's 4 personality functions. In the world of self-discovery, few insights are as profound as Carl Jung's theory of personality functions. At the core of Jungian psychology lies a powerful truth. Each of us is born with a dominant way of perceiving and interpreting reality. It's not just a habit, it's the lens through which we see life, make decisions, and form connections. Yet, in a world that often forces conformity, many people are led away from their natural function, causing a silent inner conflict that disconnects them from who they truly are. As Jung once said, the privilege of a lifetime is to become who you truly are. Let's explore this journey inward through the lens of spiritual wisdom. Jung identified 4 core psychological functions: thinking, feeling, sensation, and intuition. Each person has one that is dominant. It's like the lead character in the movie of your mind. This dominant function shapes your worldview, your choices, and your relationships. But here's the paradox. While one of these functions is your natural strength, societal conditioning often pushes you to suppress it in favor of what's deemed normal or acceptable. This disconnection is not just psychological, it is spiritual. It leaves you fragmented, longing, and out of alignment with your soul's design. Let's begin with the thinking type. If this is your dominant function, logic and structure are your guiding lights. You seek truth through reason, and you make decisions based on analysis rather than emotional influence. Thinkers thrive in environments where systems, data, and clarity are valued. However, if you were raised in a space that prioritized emotional sensitivity over rational thought, you might have been told to stop overthinking or be more emotionally available. Over time, suppressing your thinking function may have led to confusion, self-doubt, or an internal sense of chaos. Rediscovering this part of yourself is not just healing. It's a spiritual awakening back to order and authenticity. Next are the feeling types. These individuals are guided by values, emotional depth, and a deep sense of meaning. They make decisions by tuning into relationships and ethical principles rather than cold facts. Their superpower is empathy. They feel the emotional temperature of a room without a word being spoken. But in a logic-driven world, feelers are often labeled as too sensitive or irrational. This judgment leads many to bury their emotional instincts, causing them to become disconnected from the wisdom of their heart. Reclaiming this function is a journey of returning to your soul's emotional compass and embracing spiritual wisdom that validates your inner truth. Then we have the sensation types. These are the realists, grounded, practical, and fully engaged with the present moment. They trust what they can see, touch, and experience through the 5 senses. They often excel in fields where tangible results matter: engineering, craftsmanship, or hands-on service. However, if you were encouraged to dream bigger or think more abstractly, you may have felt out of place. Society tends to glorify visionaries and downplay grounded presence. Yet, in truth, sensation types bring the sacredness of the here and now. Their spiritual path lies in honoring the divine in the present moment, the miracle of now. Finally, there are the intuition types, the visionaries, dreamers, and pattern seekers. If this is your dominant function, you are constantly scanning the horizon for deeper meanings and future possibilities. You think in symbols, metaphors, and ideas not yet born. You might be drawn to philosophy, spirituality, or the creative arts. But if your upbringing demanded practicality over possibility, you may have been told you were too unrealistic or had your head in the clouds. Yet, suppressing your intuition means cutting off the very channel through which spiritual wisdom flows. Your healing lies in trusting the unseen, the yet to come, and the whispers of your inner voice. Each of us is wired with one dominant function for a reason. It is not a flaw to be corrected, but a truth to be honored. Jung's framework is not about labeling, but about liberation. When you live in alignment with your core function, you enter a state of inner harmony. Life flows more naturally, decisions become clearer, and your relationships begin to reflect your true nature. This is more than self-awareness. It is a spiritual awakening. It is remembering who you are beneath the noise of expectation and returning to your divine design. So, ask yourself, which of these functions resonates most deeply with your inner world? And more importantly, have you been living in alignment with it or in resistance to it? If this message resonates with your soul, take a moment and affirm, I am ready to live in alignment with my true self. Type it in the comments below to claim your journey. 2. Introversion versus extroversion. Attitude types. Carl Jung taught that introversion and extroversion are not about being shy or outgoing, but about the direction in which your energy naturally flows. Introversion means your energy is directed inward. You feel most alive when reflecting, being in solitude, or diving deep into your thoughts. Your inner world becomes your source of clarity, strength, and renewal. Extroversion, on the other hand, means your energy flows outward. You thrive in active environments, draw power from interactions, and often process your thoughts by speaking them aloud. Neither is better. They are simply two attitudes that shape how we experience life. These two orientations, according to Jung, form the foundation of how our four core psychological functions, thinking, feeling, sensing, and intuition, express themselves. Whether you're introverted or extroverted determines how you approach decisions, relationships, work, and even spirituality. It's not about behavior, it's about energy. For example, someone may seem social and talkative, but they still need long hours alone to reset. Others might appear quiet, yet feel energized after hours of conversation. What matters is not how you appear to others, but how you recharge your mental and emotional batteries. This distinction is crucial in a world that often demands constant engagement. If you're introverted and try to force yourself into non-stop external activity, you'll feel drained, scattered, even lost. If you're extroverted but stuck in isolation for too long, you might feel disconnected, uninspired, or anxious. Jung's wisdom invites you to stop pretending and start aligning with your natural attitude. When you understand how your energy works, life begins to feel less like resistance and more like flow. These insights also explain why people struggle when they live out of alignment. If an introvert is constantly in high energy, social roles without time to reflect, burnout becomes inevitable. If an extrovert is locked into solitary work with no chance to connect, their creativity might wither. Understanding whether you are introverted or extroverted allows you to design your life around your true nature. It's a spiritual wisdom that brings peace not just in how you act, but in how you are. Carl Jung believed this knowledge wasn't just psychological, it was transformational. He saw personality not as a fixed label, but as a sacred map to deeper self-awareness. When you recognize your natural energy orientation, you begin the process of individuation, the journey of becoming whole. You no longer chase someone else's idea of success or force yourself into roles that don't fit. Instead, you start showing up with presence, honesty, and balance, guided by the flow of your authentic self. Are you ready to embrace your true nature, whether it flows inward or outward? If this message resonated with you, comment below. I honor my energy to affirm your self-awareness and inspire others on the same path. 3. 8. Personality types. Each of us processes the world through different mental lenses, what Carl Jung called functions, and each function appears in either an introverted or extroverted form, creating 8 distinct personality types. These are not rigid labels, but doorways into deeper self-awareness and spiritual awakening. Extroverted thinking types are naturally drawn to order, structure, and measurable results. They shine in leadership roles and are often the ones organizing people, timelines, and outcomes with precision. Their minds move quickly, seeking logic in the external world. However, in their pursuit of efficiency, they may overlook the emotional and spiritual layers of life. They must learn that true success is not just about output, but about inner harmony. Introverted thinking, by contrast, dives deep into the inner world of ideas. These individuals are independent thinkers, quietly analyzing and deconstructing systems in pursuit of truth. They prefer depth over speed and often appear detached from group norms. Their path to spiritual awakening lies in bringing their insights into conversation with others, bridging solitude and connection, intellect and feeling. Extroverted feeling personalities are socially attuned and empathetic. They sense what others need and often serve as peacemakers in families and communities. Their decisions are guided by shared values, and they thrive when their environment feels emotionally cohesive. But in always trying to please others, they risk neglecting their own soul. Their growth involves learning to honor their truth, even if it disrupts external harmony. Introverted feeling types are guided by a strong internal compass. They hold deep values and convictions that may not be visible on the surface, but shape every decision they make. These individuals are not easily influenced, as they measure right and wrong against their own inner scale. Their journey involves expressing this moral clarity outwardly, not to convince others, but to live authentically and vulnerably. Extroverted sensation types engage the world through their 5 senses. They live for the present moment, experiencing life with a vivid physical immediacy. Whether through food, music, nature, or movement, they are grounded in what is real and tangible. Yet, in being constantly stimulated, they can overlook the symbolic or spiritual dimension of life. Their awakening begins when they slow down and recognize the sacred in the simple. Introverted sensation, on the other hand, relies heavily on memory, tradition, and familiarity. These types are rooted in the past, drawing from experience to interpret the present. They are often nostalgic, reflective, and deeply loyal. While this gives them a sense of stability, it may also lead to resistance when life calls for change. They must learn that spiritual growth often means releasing the past in order to walk into a new version of themselves. Extroverted intuition types are the dreamers, the innovators. They are constantly scanning for new patterns, ideas, and possibilities. Their excitement lies in what could be, and they often leap from one inspiration to the next. While their creativity is unmatched, they can struggle with follow-through. Their transformation begins when they focus their energy, channeling their visionary power into something lasting and grounded. Introverted intuition is the realm of the seer. These individuals perceive patterns beneath the surface, sensing meanings others can't yet articulate. Their insights often come in flashes, intuitive downloads that feel more like revelation than reason. They move between the conscious and unconscious, seeing symbols in dreams, art, and behavior. But they must stay tethered to the physical world. Their challenge is to embody their visions, turning spiritual truths into living practices. Together, these 8 types reveal not only how we think or feel, but how we awaken. Each one carries a unique tension, a shadow to integrate, a lesson to embody. And the more we understand how our energy flows, the more consciously we live. Because at its heart, personality is not just psychology, it is the map we use to travel toward wholeness. Which of these 8 types feels most like home to you? If you found your truth in today's message, declare it in the comments. This is how my energy flows. Let it be a reminder of who you are and inspire others to discover their true nature too. And if this helped you, don't forget to like, share, and subscribe to Spiritual Wisdom for more insights on personality and purpose. 4. Personality is a functional hierarchy. Everyone carries within them a unique structure of the psyche, a functional hierarchy that determines how we perceive, decide, and respond to the world. At the top of this internal system is the dominant function, the most developed and instinctive part of your personality. This function guides your natural approach to life, whether it's logical thinking, deep feeling, practical sensing, or intuitive insight. It shapes your default way of understanding the world and is often the most obvious part of your personality to others. Supporting the dominant is the auxiliary function, which plays a vital balancing role. If the dominant is the mind's primary voice, the auxiliary is its closest advisor. It brings balance by offering a contrasting or complementary perspective. For example, someone with a dominant thinking function might have an auxiliary feeling function, helping them weigh human values alongside logical outcomes. This dynamic allows you to move through life with greater flexibility and emotional intelligence, enriching your decision-making and social awareness. Deeper in the background is the tertiary function, a less conscious part of your personality that may feel underused or immature. Though it plays a quieter role, this function often surfaces in times of rest, reflection, or personal experimentation. While it may not drive your everyday behavior, it still colors your thoughts and reactions in subtle ways. Nurturing this part of yourself can bring more balance to your inner world and help you grow in areas that have long remained dormant. At the lowest level sits the inferior function, often seen as the weakest and most unconscious aspect of the psyche. Yet, paradoxically, this function holds the greatest potential for growth and transformation. It is the gatekeeper to your shadow self, the parts you've disowned, denied, or simply never developed. While it may show up in moments of stress or conflict, it also offers a sacred opportunity. Engaging with your inferior function can spark profound spiritual awakening. It challenges your identity and urges you to embrace wholeness by integrating what was once hidden. As Jung said, wholeness is not achieved by cutting off a portion of one's being, but by integration of the contraries. Living with spiritual wisdom means embracing this entire hierarchy, honoring the dominant, learning from the auxiliary, nurturing the tertiary, and bravely confronting the inferior. Each function holds a mirror to your soul, showing you where you shine and where you are still unfolding. This journey isn't about fixing what's broken. It's about awakening to all that you already are and allowing every layer of your personality to come into harmony. When you begin to recognize the value of even your least developed traits, you start to walk a path of inner unity where awareness replaces resistance and integration leads to transformation. If you found this insight into your functional hierarchy valuable, don't forget to like, subscribe, and turn on the notification bell so you never miss a chance to grow in self-awareness. Integration is the path to wholeness. Type in the comments, I am ready to integrate all parts of myself. 5. The inferior function and shadow work. The inferior function, as Carl Jung explained, is the weakest and most underdeveloped part of your psychological type. It's not just a blind spot, it's the part of your inner world that feels awkward, unreliable, and even threatening. If your dominant function is thinking, then your inferior function is feeling. If you're naturally intuitive, your inferior function is likely sensing. And the problem is, most people don't even realize this imbalance exists. They're living out of alignment, overusing one function while suppressing the other, which creates psychological tension and confusion in everyday life. That's where the shadow begins to form. Jung defined the shadow as the collection of traits, emotions, and desires we repress, things like rage, insecurity, vulnerability, shame, or jealousy. We learn early on that certain parts of us are unacceptable, so we push them into the unconscious. But what we bury doesn't disappear. It grows. It shows up in passive-aggressive behavior, emotional outbursts, or judgment toward others. The more you deny your shadow, the more power it has over you, controlling your decisions from behind the scenes. Take the example of someone who thrives in logic and order, constantly praised for their rational mind and emotional control. On the surface, they appear strong and steady, but behind closed doors, their relationships may be strained. They might avoid emotional intimacy or feel overwhelmed by someone else's feelings. This isn't because they're cold-hearted. It's because their inferior feeling function, the one they've ignored, has become a part of their shadow. Until that emotional dimension is acknowledged, no amount of logic will bring inner peace or authentic connection. The path to integration begins with self-honesty. Shadow work isn't about eliminating your flaws. It's about illuminating them. The anger you suppress may be signaling a boundary that needs defending. The envy you feel might point to an unlived part of your own potential. Instead of judging these reactions, Jung urges us to explore them. Every uncomfortable emotion is a mirror, showing you what's unresolved inside. Your triggers are not your enemies, they're invitations to heal. And this is where real spiritual wisdom lies. Wholeness doesn't come from perfection, but from integration. Embracing your inferior function is not about becoming someone else. It's about becoming whole. By bringing conscious awareness to your shadow and learning to work with it, not against it, you stop projecting your pain onto others and start reclaiming your truth. You discover that the very parts you tried to hide contain the power to transform your life. Carl Jung taught that one does not become enlightened by imagining figures of light, but by making the darkness conscious. When you stop resisting the parts of you that feel uncomfortable, and instead approach them with curiosity and compassion, you open the door to genuine transformation. Your inferior function, once a source of shame or confusion, becomes a source of strength. Your shadow, once feared, becomes your guide. Let's support one another on this deep journey of inner healing. Comment below, "I embrace my shadow to become whole." And here's something beautiful. If you see someone else commenting that, take a moment to like their comment or reply with a kind word. It's how we keep this space full of light, growth, and real connection. If you believe in this kind of supportive spiritual community, type 1 in the comments so we know how many of us are walking this path together. 6. Individuation, becoming whole. Individuation is the sacred process of becoming whole, not by striving to be better, but by learning to integrate all that you are. In Jungian thought, it's not about chasing perfection or cutting away your flaws. It's about bringing together the pieces you've rejected, your intellect and your emotions, your strength and your tenderness, your fears and your hopes into a unified and conscious self. Most people are conditioned to live only half of who they are. From a young age, you're rewarded for being logical and punished for being sensitive, praised for being independent, and shamed for needing support. Over time, what doesn't fit into the persona you build gets pushed into the shadows. But those shadows don't disappear. They wait. And the journey of individuation begins when you finally turn toward them. You begin to face the traits you've disowned. Your anger, your sadness, your jealousy, your desires. You stop pretending to be only what the world accepts and start reclaiming your hidden power. This process is not easy. It requires emotional honesty, deep reflection, and the willingness to meet the parts of yourself that you were once afraid of. But every time you do, you expand your awareness and step deeper into your truth. This is where spiritual awakening begins, not in bypassing your pain, but in transforming it. Awakening is not about escaping reality or becoming more spiritual in appearance. It's about diving into the raw truth of who you are, allowing your contradictions to coexist, and learning to listen to the quiet voice of your inner wisdom. A person who is truly individuated can hold opposing qualities in balance. They can lead with compassion and still assert their boundaries. They can think critically and still honor their intuition. They stop living from a mask and start moving from their core. Individuation is a lifelong unfolding. There is no final version of you to become, only deeper layers to uncover, accept, and integrate. As Jung said, the privilege of a lifetime is to become who you truly are. And that privilege is yours each time you choose to live in alignment with your essence instead of your conditioning. Each time you choose wholeness over image, presence over perfection. In that space, your humanity becomes sacred. Your story becomes your strength. And your path becomes a mirror through which the soul awakens. If this message resonated with your soul, leave a comment below. I embrace every part of who I am. I am becoming whole. Let this be a reminder that your journey matters. And if you feel called to support others on this path, like or reply to someone else's comment with kindness. Together, we grow in truth and spiritual wholeness. 7. Applying Jung's theory in life. Understanding Carl Jung's personality theory isn't just about self-analysis. It's about transforming how we live, love, and grow. In relationships, conflict often stems from differences in perception, not character flaws. A person who leads with thinking may prioritize fairness and logic, while another who leads with feeling may be guided by values and emotional harmony. Without this awareness, misunderstandings arise, each assuming the other is insensitive or irrational. But once you recognize these core functions, empathy deepens. You stop trying to change the other person and start appreciating their unique way of processing life. You begin to listen differently, love more consciously, and build bonds that honor individuality rather than demanding conformity. In careers, the alignment between one's dominant function and job role is the key to genuine fulfillment. Intuitives, for instance, flourish in environments where they can explore new ideas, envision the future, and innovate beyond the present. If forced into repetitive or overly structured tasks, their energy wanes and their creativity withers. Sensors, on the other hand, feel most alive when engaging with concrete details and hands-on experiences. They thrive in roles with clear steps, measurable goals, and real-world applications. When your work reflects how your mind naturally operates, motivation becomes organic. Success doesn't feel forced. It becomes the natural expression of living in alignment with your design. This is not just professional strategy. This is spiritual wisdom in motion, guiding you toward your purpose. When it comes to solving problems, each personality type brings a valuable perspective. Thinkers analyze challenges through the lens of logic and structure, stripping away emotional noise to find practical solutions. Feelers, meanwhile, prioritize the human element, asking how decisions impact relationships, values, and emotional well-being. Sensors focus on present realities and grounded action, while intuitives stretch toward abstract connections, seeing what others may overlook. In teams, these differences can be a source of frustration or a wellspring of creativity. When we stop judging and start integrating these diverse approaches, collaboration turns into collective brilliance. Instead of clashing, minds complement. Instead of egos competing, deeper understanding emerges. Jung's theory is not a rigid system. It's a mirror that reflects your inner architecture. It reveals the invisible threads shaping how you interpret reality, make decisions, and relate to others. By recognizing these threads, you awaken from unconscious patterns and reclaim the power to choose intentionally. This process is not about labeling yourself. It's about becoming more of who you truly are. It is a path of spiritual awakening that begins with self-awareness and leads to inner harmony. And when you bring that awareness into relationships, into your career, and into how you solve life's challenges, you don't just live, you evolve. That is the essence of transformation. That is the silent power of spiritual wisdom at work. To affirm your commitment to growth and understanding, declare it in the comments. I choose self-awareness and empathy. Let this be your reminder and an inspiration for others that personal growth starts with knowing yourself and honoring the differences in others. 8. Misunderstandings and modern adaptations. Carl Jung's original theory of psychological types was never meant to be a rigid system that confines people to fixed categories. Yet over time, tools like the Myers-Briggs Type Indicator, MBTI, have simplified and, in many ways, distorted his deeper insights. Jung's work emphasized that personality is not a box, it's a process. It's not about discovering what type you are and staying there. It's about understanding your natural tendencies so you can grow, evolve, and ultimately integrate the parts of yourself that remain underdeveloped. A common misunderstanding centers around introversion and extroversion. In everyday language, people confuse introversion with shyness and extroversion with sociability. But for Jung, these terms had little to do with social behavior. They referred instead to the direction of psychic energy. An introvert directs energy inward toward thoughts, feelings, and reflection. An extrovert directs energy outward toward people, action, and external stimulation. This has nothing to do with how friendly or expressive someone is. It's about where they go to recharge and how they relate to the world around them. This distinction becomes clearer when we look at real-life examples. Consider a woman named Sarah, who always believed she was extroverted because she was outgoing, led group projects, and loved being around people. But when she faced emotional exhaustion and burnout, she realized she had been performing an extroverted lifestyle that clashed with her true nature. Her creativity flourished in solitude. Her energy returned when she was alone. She wasn't socially anxious. She was simply introverted. And once she honored that truth, her health, creativity, and self-respect deepened. This is exactly what Carl Jung meant when he spoke about integration. Over time, we are called not just to live from our dominant function, whether that's thinking, feeling, intuition, or sensation, but to develop all aspects of the psyche. The journey isn't about reinforcing our strengths at the expense of our weaknesses. It's about expanding into wholeness. A thinker benefits from cultivating emotional awareness. A feeler becomes more grounded when they embrace logic. A sensor gains depth by exploring intuition. And an intuitive person becomes more effective when they ground their visions in sensory reality. Jung's philosophy was never about creating labels that limit us. It was about giving us a map, a way to understand the landscape of the self so we can move through it with greater consciousness. When tools like MBTI are used carelessly, they reduce this rich inner terrain into a personality test result that people cling to like an identity. But spiritual wisdom teaches that identity is not static. It is evolving. The true self isn't found in labels. It's found in the lifelong integration of all that we are. That's what Jung called individuation, the process of becoming whole by making the unconscious conscious. Thank you for joining us today on Spiritual Wisdom. As we've explored Carl Jung's 4 personality types, remember, understanding your true nature is not about putting yourself in a box, but about unlocking the deeper layers of who you are. Whether you are a thinker, feeler, sensor, or intuitive, each type holds unique strengths and paths to personal growth. Embrace your type, nurture your awareness, and let that knowledge guide you toward a more authentic, fulfilling life. If this video brought you insight or clarity, please give it a thumbs up, share it with someone who might benefit, and don't forget to subscribe to Spiritual Wisdom. Make sure to turn on the notification bell so you won't miss our upcoming videos on spirituality, self-discovery, and the journey to awakening. Until next time, keep growing, keep seeking, and stay true to who you are. The burden of intelligence and the pain of seeing too much. To be conscious is not to be in control. It is to be burdened with awareness. Carl Jung. Welcome to Spiritual Wisdom, where today we explore a profound truth. The deeper your intelligence, the heavier the weight you often carry. In this video, we'll uncover why those who see too much, feel too deeply, and understand too quickly often walk a lonelier path, and how you can transform that pain into personal power. These insights aren't just for reflection, they're for transformation. So as you watch, think about how Jung's wisdom applies to your own life. Have you ever felt overwhelmed by your own awareness? Comment below and share your experience. Let's grow together. 1. The quiet cost of clarity. Have you ever walked into a room and instantly sensed what wasn't being said? The tension behind a smile, the quiet sorrow behind someone's eyes, the subtle disconnect between words and truth. This is not imagination. This is spiritual sensitivity. And while it can feel like a gift, it often comes with a silent cost. In a world that praises surface-level ease and polite ignorance, seeing deeply is not always welcomed. Yet spiritual wisdom tells us, your depth is not a flaw, it's your soul's compass. To carry truths no one else sees is to walk with a silent ache, an ache born not from delusion, but from the depth of clarity itself. When you can sense the emotional temperature of a room, pick up on what's unspoken, or feel energy shift before a word is said, you're not just observant. You're tuned into a spiritual frequency that most ignore. This awareness, this heightened perception, is a kind of inner sight, one that reveals more than just the surface. But with that sight comes the quiet burden of pretending not to see. You laugh, you engage, you play your role in society's performance, even while your inner world floods with truths no one is ready to hear. The exhaustion doesn't stem from the clarity, it stems from the suppression. Day after day, holding back your knowledge creates a fracture within. The more you mask your insight to maintain social harmony, the more distant you feel from yourself. Carl Jung understood this deeply. Loneliness, he wrote, does not come from having no people around, but from being unable to communicate the things that seem important. It's a spiritual dissonance being surrounded, yet alone, being celebrated, yet unseen. Society doesn't reward your awareness, it rewards your silence. Your ability to fit in becomes more valued than your authenticity. You're loved for your adaptability, not for your truth. This is the quiet pain of the gifted, the intuitive, the emotionally intelligent. You begin to question yourself. Should I stay quiet to be accepted? Should I dull my senses to feel normal again? But what if your depth is not a flaw, but your compass? Spiritual wisdom teaches that clarity is not a curse, it's a call. A call to live from what you see, not to hide from it. The more you numb yourself to appease the world, the more disconnected you become from your soul. Yet, when you choose to honor your vision, even if no one else understands it, you reclaim your power. Seeing the truth in others means also seeing the truth in yourself. The moment you stop asking the world to validate your perception, you begin to embody the strength that was always within. You realize you were never meant to be understood by everyone. You were meant to understand yourself so fully that their understanding becomes unnecessary. This is the heart of spiritual awakening, not a glamorous revelation, but a sacred rupture. A moment where you can no longer tolerate betraying yourself just to make others comfortable. Jung reminds us, your vision will become clear only when you look into your heart. Who looks outside dreams. Who looks inside awakes. And that awakening isn't always soft. It asks you to let go of illusions and lean into the rawness of your own awareness. But in that rawness lies your freedom. The pain of seeing too much was never meant to break you. It was meant to guide you back to yourself. And once you follow it, you may discover that your gift was never the problem. The only burden was believing you had to hide it. And if you feel inspired by this message, type, "I trust the process," as a way to affirm your strength, patience, and commitment to growth. Let's grow together. 2. The invisible weight of perception. They say knowledge is power, but Carl Jung offered a deeper insight. Knowledge without understanding and awareness without support can feel like a curse, especially for those who perceive more than they're expected to, who feel more than they're allowed to express, and who walk through life noticing details others ignore. This isn't about being better or superior. It's about carrying the quiet, spiritual burden of heightened perception. And many men carry it in silence. In today's world, being a man who sees deeply can feel like a curse disguised as insight. You walk into rooms and sense unspoken tension. You hear what isn't being said. You see pain behind perfect smiles. You speak your truth, only to be told you're overanalyzing, too sensitive, or imagining things. And so, little by little, you begin to censor yourself. You shrink your observations. You dim your intuition just to belong. But this is not a sign of weakness. It is the invisible weight of spiritual intelligence. Carl Jung understood this well. He believed that those who carry such insight are often misjudged as distant or melancholic, not because they dislike others, but because they cannot connect through superficiality. Their minds are decoding hidden meaning, their hearts tuned to subtle emotional vibrations. And while the world rewards distraction and fast talk, these men crave the quiet where real truth lives. They are not broken. They are simply awake. Yet awakening is not always a joyful revelation. It can be an isolating journey. When you can no longer unsee what you've seen, when your soul is no longer satisfied with shallow interaction, you begin to live in a different rhythm, one that feels out of sync with the world around you. Still, this clarity is not meant to exile you. It is meant to refine you. Your awareness is not a flaw. It is a compass, pointing you toward your deeper path. You are not too much. You are exactly enough. You are what the world needs. Men who feel, who question, who lead not through force, but through presence. Men who are not afraid of complexity, who sit with discomfort, who seek truth even when it's inconvenient. Carl Jung taught that the journey of individuation, becoming your truest self, is the highest form of spiritual evolution. That journey begins when you stop betraying your sensitivity to meet the world's expectations, when you stop pretending that being numb is strength. If you've ever felt like an outsider in a room full of noise, if you've ever offered insight and been met with blank stares or rejection, it doesn't mean you're wrong. It means you're tuned in. And though this path may feel lonely at times, you are not alone. There is a quiet brotherhood of awakened men, those who have chosen truth over illusion and integrity over approval. You are walking among them, whether you know it yet or not. So what can you do with this sacred sensitivity? First, stop apologizing for it. Your ability to feel deeply, to perceive intuitively, and to think critically is not a liability. It's your superpower. Second, protect your energy. and choose depth over popularity. You won't resonate with everyone. That's okay. But the few who do see you, truly see you, will be mirrors of your soul. And third, let your insight guide your healing. Turn your perception inward. Deconstruct the myths of manhood that taught you to suppress, hide, or harden. Rebuild from the truth. Let your pain be alchemical. Let it transform you. Because this is not the end of your story. It's the sacred beginning. Your awakening may have started in silence, but it's meant to lead you into purpose, into presence, into peace. True strength is not about how much you endure, but how clearly you see and how bravely you live from that vision. If you resonate with this message, comment below. I embrace this energy. 3. The Anima and Animus, inner archetypes that haunt and heal. Carl Jung once said, "Until you make the unconscious conscious, it will direct your life and you will call it fate." This isn't just a philosophical idea. It's a spiritual truth that lies at the heart of inner transformation. When we live unaware of our inner forces, we become puppets to unseen patterns. But when we wake up, when we begin our spiritual awakening, we reclaim authorship over our lives. A key part of Jung's spiritual wisdom revolves around two powerful archetypes, the Anima and the Animus. These aren't just abstract symbols. They are living forces inside every one of us. The Anima is the feminine aspect that exists within every man. It speaks in emotions, dreams, moods, and intuitions. The Animus is the masculine side found in every woman, revealing itself through ideas, beliefs, logic, and opinions. These inner figures shape how you love, how you argue, how you view others, and most importantly, how you see yourself. Have you ever felt an intense pull towards someone you barely knew? Or maybe you reacted too strongly to a small situation and didn't know why. Those aren't coincidences. Often, that's your unconscious anima or animus projecting a deep unmet need, an old wound, or a forgotten emotion onto the person in front of you. In truth, you might not be seeing them clearly at all. You might just be seeing a mirror of your inner world. That's the first whisper of a spiritual awakening. The realization that what you experience outside often reflects what's unresolved within. If we ignore these inner energies, chaos follows. A man ruled by his unconscious anima may fall into emotional confusion, chase unavailable partners, or misinterpret longing for love. A woman overtaken by her unconscious animus may become overly critical, emotionally detached, or confuse control with strength. Jung warned us, these archetypes carry a kind of fatal force. If left unchecked, they can fracture relationships, erode self-worth, and pass down suffering through generations. But here's the beauty of this spiritual wisdom. What once haunted you can become your greatest guide. When the anima is integrated, a man finds emotional depth, creativity, and empathy. When a woman embraces her animus, she gains clarity, inner stability, and a powerful presence not from ego, but from soul. It's not about becoming someone else. It's about becoming whole. This process, this inward journey, is the essence of spiritual awakening. It begins when you start listening to your inner voices, questioning why you crave certain people, why you fear certain outcomes, or why the same emotional patterns keep repeating. As you do, your relationships change too. You no longer chase people to fill a void. You no longer argue to dominate. You connect. You communicate. You love with presence instead of projection. So ask yourself, What emotional patterns keep looping in your life? What story keeps repeating in your heart? Could it be that your anima or animus is silently at work? If so, now is the time to face it, not with fear, but with curiosity. Not with resistance, but with compassion. Because once you do, you unlock the map Jung left for all of us, a way to turn confusion into clarity, pain into purpose, and projection into peace. If this message resonates with you, don't forget to like this video and share it with others who might need these great values. Let's continue this conversation and go deeper into what these values really mean. 4. The pain of silence and self-shrinking. There is a unique kind of sorrow that comes not from confusion, but from clarity. The kind of pain only those with deep intelligence and spiritual wisdom truly understand. Carl Jung once said, "The privilege of a lifetime is to become who you truly are." Yet for many, that privilege feels like a burden. When you begin to perceive the quiet lies that lubricate daily conversation, the masks people wear just to be accepted, and the subtle betrayals of authenticity we commit in order to survive, it doesn't make you feel wise, it makes you feel lonely. The more you see, the less you can't unsee. And the more you know, the harder it becomes to say it out loud. You begin to notice this pattern. The more awake you become, the more you feel the pressure to stay silent. Not because you lack courage, but because your clarity feels like a disruption in a world addicted to comfort. So you shrink. You soften your words. You nod when you want to challenge. And slowly, your light begins to dim, not because it faded, but because you learned it was safer to hide it. But spiritual wisdom isn't meant to be shelved. It's meant to be shared. Think for a moment. Have you ever swallowed a truth just to avoid unsettling the room? Maybe you downplayed your intuition, masked your brilliance, or kept quiet so others wouldn't feel small. I remember speaking with a gifted designer who carried an almost mystical sense of creative insight. He could intuit what a project needed long before anyone else caught on. But his ideas were met with eye rolls and silence. "It's easier to let them fail than to feel like a threat," he said to me, his voice not angry, but tired. His spirit wasn't broken from failure, but from fatigue. That's the wound many sensitive, spiritually awakened individuals carry, not being misunderstood, but being dismissed. And this dismissal leads to a silent exile. You're physically present, yet spiritually absent. You're breathing, but not fully alive. You begin to feel like an outsider to your own life. But let me remind you, your depth is not a defect. Your insight is not too much. In fact, it might be the very medicine the world is thirsting for. Jung believed that until you make the unconscious conscious, it will direct your life and you will call it fate. Spiritual growth, then, becomes not a luxury, but a necessity. It's how we reclaim the pieces of ourselves we abandoned just to fit in. It's how we return home to the soul. So let me ask you, where in your life have you been shrinking to stay safe? And what would shift if you chose to expand instead? If today you honored your clarity, your spiritual wisdom, your sacred knowing, what new reality might emerge? The greatest spiritual teachers never dimmed themselves to make others comfortable. They bore the burden of truth, even when it cost them approval. And now, that path is calling you too, not just to know, but to embody. Not just to see, but to be seen. The next time your truth rises in your throat, don't silence it. Breathe through the fear. Speak it not to dominate, but to liberate. because your voice may be the exact vibration that awakens another soul. Spread this wonderful energy by commenting below. This woke people up. 5. The Cassandra Curse. Knowing too much, too soon. They called her Cassandra, the ancient prophetess cursed to always tell the truth but never be believed. And perhaps you felt a bit like her too. You see what others can't, feel storms before they gather, sense betrayals before they break. It's not paranoia, it's perception. Carl Jung, the father of analytical psychology, understood this deeply. He once said, "Your vision will become clear only when you can look into your own heart. Who looks outside, dreams. Who looks inside, awakes." An awakening, my friend, is rarely comfortable. In fact, it can be a lonely road. When your spiritual awakening sharpens your awareness and pulls you ahead of the crowd, people don't always celebrate that. They question you. They push back. They tell you to stop overthinking, to lighten up. But inside, you know something real is happening. You're not unstable. You're ahead of your time. And like Cassandra, you carry the burden of seeing too much too soon. What many call anxiety or intensity is often just unrecognized insight. You see patterns, financial shifts, relationship breakdowns, emotional spirals before they show up in the physical world. It's like being a few chapters ahead in a book that everyone else is still just beginning. But what happens when you try to speak up? You get labeled dramatic, negative, even arrogant. And that's the real curse, not the vision itself, but the isolation it creates. You're not just managing what you know, you're managing how others react to your knowledge. This is especially hard for men, between 30 and 65 men who have responsibilities, families, careers, because the world often doesn't leave room for them to express emotional intelligence or intuitive perception. But denying it doesn't make it disappear. It just buries your gifts under layers of silence, frustration, or worse, self-doubt. Spiritual wisdom teaches us that awareness is a form of leadership. And in many ways, those with deep perception are spiritual scouts for the tribe. You walk ahead. You light the path. But you also take the hits first. It's no wonder you feel exhausted at times, or tempted to turn it off. But you can't, can you? Because the truth keeps knocking, and the soul keeps listening. This is the pain of awakening, not just waking up, but doing so while the rest of the world still sleeps. Still, there's beauty in this burden, because eventually, someone listens. Someone sees the trail you've blazed, and your once dismissed warnings become someone else's salvation. So the next time you feel the ache of knowing too much too soon, remember this: you were not cursed, you were chosen. Chosen to hold the uncomfortable truths, to speak them anyway, and to stand in your clarity even when others don't understand it yet. This is your spiritual strength, not your flaw. And the more you learn to trust it, the more peace you'll find in walking your own way. Now let me ask you, have you ever been dismissed for sensing the truth before others? If so, you're not alone. And your voice, no matter how long it's been silenced, still matters. Let it rise. Let it lead. Because your spiritual awakening isn't a mistake, it's your calling. I would love to hear your thoughts on this. What is your perspective on the importance of this value? Share your insights, and let's continue this conversation. 6. The King and the Poisoned Well. Fitting in versus staying true. Have you ever felt the tension between belonging and being true to yourself? Let me share with you a powerful parable, the story of the wise king and the poisoned well. In this tale, the kingdom's water supply becomes tainted, driving the people to madness. The wise king, having his own clean source, remains sane but quickly becomes seen as the outsider, the strange one. To avoid exile, he eventually drinks from the same poisoned well as the people, just to be accepted again. Now ask yourself, how many times in your life have you been tempted to drink from the poisoned well? Carl Jung saw this not as a myth, but as a deeply symbolic reflection of what happens when individuals with deep perception face the pressure to fit in. In today's world, that pressure is everywhere. Whether it's toning down your insights in meetings, pretending not to see the cracks in relationships, or staying silent about what you truly feel, the inner conflict is real. Do you conform to keep your place in the group, or do you risk isolation by speaking the truth that only you can see? Jung believed that spiritual growth demands something rare: solitude, honesty with oneself, and the courage to walk the lonely path of individuation. He warned that the moment we betray what we know to be true inside just to avoid being different, we begin to lose ourselves. And the irony? The more awakened your vision, the lonelier the path may seem at first. But the reward is clarity, alignment, and the peace of knowing that your life is built on truth, not performance. Think of the entrepreneur who senses a deeper purpose behind his business, but is mocked for slowing down to reflect. Or the woman who sees through family dysfunction, yet stays silent to keep the peace. Or the teenager who senses the emptiness behind social media validation, but fears being seen as strange if they step back. These are modern-day kings and queens facing the poisoned well. So let me ask you, where in your life are you sipping from a well that no longer nourishes your spirit? Where have you traded truth for acceptance, and how is that affecting your peace? The spiritual path is not always about escaping the world, but about transforming your place in it. Jung taught that individuation, the development of your truest self, is the soul's deepest purpose. And it begins when you stop apologizing for your clarity, when you stop shrinking away to fit in, and when you begin to honor your own vision, no matter how misunderstood it may seem. Yes, you may feel alone at first, but what you are really doing is clearing the fog so that others can finally see. Show your determination on this journey by commenting below. I keep moving forward. 7. The burden as a beacon. From suffering to leadership. Have you ever felt like your awareness is both a blessing and a burden? Carl Jung once described the process of individuation not just as a path to self-understanding, but as a spiritual awakening, an alchemical transformation of pain into power. If you've lived with the weight of deep perception, seeing through lies, feeling truths others ignore, recognizing the spiritual fractures in conversations that seem surface level, then you've likely carried that burden in silence. But what if that very burden wasn't just meant to isolate you, but to awaken you? What if it's not just a weight, but a key to something bigger than yourself? You see, the journey towards spiritual leadership doesn't begin with applause or clarity. It starts with confusion, isolation, and often unbearable sensitivity. But here's the truth. When you stop apologizing for your intensity, when you stop dimming your light just to fit into rooms too small for your soul, something shifts. You begin to see that your depth is not a defect. it's a direction. And when you honor that truth with courage, your very presence becomes a lantern in the dark for others walking the same path. The burden, once your private wilderness, transforms into a bridge, a place where your lived experiences, your wounds, and your wisdom meet the longing of others for guidance and truth. And this is where the pain takes on purpose. Because through your spiritual awakening, you no longer lead with answers, but with presence. You no longer chase approval, but attract resonance. You draw in people who aren't intimidated by your clarity, but drawn to it. The moment you fully accept your role, not as someone who fixes, but someone who reflects, is the moment your suffering becomes sacred. And in today's modern world, where distractions scream louder than inner truths, we need more men who lead from that place. We need more men who have seen too much, felt too deeply, and still choose to walk with compassion instead of bitterness. So I ask you, how would your life change if you stopped seeing your burden as a curse and started seeing it as your calling? How would your relationships shift if you spoke your truth not for validation, but as an offering? This isn't about perfection or pretending to have it all figured out. It's about stepping into spiritual maturity with authenticity, grounded in the knowledge that leadership isn't about being followed, but about being real. Jung's wisdom teaches us that when you embrace the full spectrum of your inner life, the shadows and the light, you become not just healed, but whole. And wholeness is magnetic. It doesn't demand attention, it inspires it. So if you're a man in your 30s, 40s, 50s, or 60s, carrying that quiet knowing in your bones, know this: your journey matters. Your spiritual burden is not the end of your story, it's the beginning of your legacy. Let it be the reason others find the courage to begin theirs. If this message speaks to you, take it a step further and share it with someone who might need this reminder. Together, we can build connections rooted in honesty and respect. And so, perhaps the real weight of intelligence isn't just knowing too much, it's feeling too deeply, seeing what others can't, and carrying truths that the world often refuses to acknowledge. But in that burden lies your spiritual gift. If you've ever felt misunderstood because of your depth, remember, your awareness is not a curse. It's a call to inner mastery and compassionate wisdom. If this message spoke to something within you, don't forget to like this video, share it with someone who needs it, and subscribe to Spiritual Wisdom for more content that nourishes your soul. Hit the notification bell so you won't miss our next video, because your journey of awakening is just getting started. Nine life lessons from Carl Jung, Jungian philosophy. Until you make the unconscious conscious, it will direct your life and you will call it fate. Carl Jung. Welcome to Spiritual Wisdom, where today we uncover 9 powerful life lessons from Carl Jung that can transform how you see yourself and the world. These timeless insights go far beyond theory. They're tools to help you grow, heal, and live with deeper authenticity. Whether you're seeking purpose, facing inner conflict, or simply want to understand yourself better, Jung's teachings offer a roadmap to self-awareness and wholeness. As you listen, ask yourself, which lesson speaks most to your journey right now? Leave a comment below to share your insight. And don't forget to like, subscribe, and hit the bell so you never miss a moment of awakening. Let's dive in. 1. Look inside yourself first. Who looks outside? Dreams. Who looks inside? Awakens. These words from Carl Jung point to a truth often ignored in modern life. We're conditioned to seek answers, validation, and identity from the outside world through achievements, relationships, and social acceptance. But this outward focus keeps us trapped in illusion. Real clarity comes when we begin to turn inward, to question the roles we play and the masks we wear. The journey to awakening doesn't begin with doing more. It begins with becoming still. Most people live through their persona, the socially constructed mask they wear to fit in and function. It's useful, even necessary, for navigating society, but dangerous when mistaken for the whole self. Over time, many forget there's more beyond the roles they perform. The father, the employee, the leader, the artist, all these can become prisons if we never pause to ask, who am I without them? When you confuse the mask with the soul, you risk living a life that is functional but hollow. Jung believed that true meaning comes through inner exploration. It's not enough to dream big or chase goals. Without self-awareness, all achievement becomes performance. Looking within honestly and consistently is how you discover your unique values, buried desires, hidden talents, and deepest purpose. It's in this inward gaze that you remember your essence, not the version others want, but the person you were before the world told you who to be. To begin this process, Jung encouraged practices that anchor us in ourselves. Solitude is sacred. It quiets the noise of external demands and helps us hear our inner guidance. Journaling turns vague emotions into language, giving voice to parts of the psyche that usually go unnoticed. Meditation opens a space where thoughts can rise and fall without judgment, revealing layers of truth beneath the surface. These are not just habits. They are spiritual disciplines that align us with who we are meant to become. Each time you turn inward, you shed another layer of false identity. Each moment of silence becomes an act of remembrance, and each breath taken in stillness becomes a doorway to your soul. It is in these quiet, unseen moments that transformation begins, not as a sudden epiphany, but as a deep and steady unfolding of spiritual wisdom. Inner work isn't always comfortable. It reveals pain, suppressed emotions, insecurities, and forgotten dreams. But it also brings peace, clarity, and a kind of strength that no external success can provide. It teaches you that awakening isn't about adding more. It's about peeling away the noise until all that remains is the truth. And from that truth, your real life begins. Have you taken time lately to look within? Share one inner truth you've discovered about yourself in the comments below. If you're just beginning this journey, type, "I choose to look within" to affirm your commitment. 2. Integrate your contraries. Carl Jung's insight: wholeness is not achieved by cutting off a portion of one's being, but by integration of the contraries, captures a powerful truth. Real growth comes not by rejecting parts of ourselves, but by embracing them, even the ones we've been taught to hide. In Jungian philosophy, every person carries a contrasexual archetype within: the Animus, or inner masculine, in women, and the Anima, or inner feminine, in men. These inner figures hold the key to balance, emotional depth, and true connection. Yet when we ignore them, we experience inner conflict, emotional repression, and disconnection from others. A woman disconnected from her animus may find herself overly dependent on external validation, hesitant to speak with authority, or afraid to assert her boundaries. But when she begins to integrate that masculine energy, she discovers a new inner clarity, the ability to lead, to protect her values, and to stand strong in her decisions without losing her natural warmth. Her relationships deepen because she's no longer shrinking to keep the peace she's showing up fully. Likewise, a man who has been taught to suppress his anima, his emotions, intuitions, and sensitivity may achieve external success, but feel emotionally numb or disconnected from the richness of life. When he begins to embrace his inner feminine, he learns to listen more openly, to express empathy, to connect from the heart rather than the ego. This doesn't make him weaker, it makes him whole. He becomes more in tune with others, more capable of love, and more grounded in who he really is. Ignoring these inner forces leads to imbalance, overly rigid men, overly passive women, and widespread relational disharmony. Integration, however, brings a dance of energies logic blended with compassion, action paired with reflection, strength guided by empathy. Gender becomes less about roles and more about energy, and spiritual wisdom teaches us that wholeness means honoring both. This isn't about rejecting masculinity or femininity. It's about understanding their deeper meaning within us, regardless of gender. Carl Jung viewed the anima and animus not as opposites to be fought, but as partners to be integrated. Through dreams, relationships, creative work, and introspection, we begin to notice how these inner forces show up sometimes as projections onto others, sometimes as powerful but suppressed traits within ourselves. The task is not to deny these energies, but to invite them into our conscious life. This is where true transformation happens, not by pretending we're already whole, but by courageously choosing to become whole. When we balance these internal opposites, we move closer to self-understanding. Our relationships improve because we're no longer demanding from others what we've rejected in ourselves. We lead with presence, love with authenticity, and live with greater psychological freedom. That's the essence of what Carl Jung meant by inner integration. A journey not just of the mind, but of the soul. If you're ready to embrace your wholeness and integrate the masculine and feminine within, comment below. I honor both sides of me. Let this be your first step toward inner balance and deeper self-understanding. 3. Analyze your dreams. Carl Jung once said, "The dream shows the inner truth, not as I conjecture it to be, but as it is." Dreams are not random illusions. They are direct messages from your unconscious mind. When the conscious ego sleeps, the hidden self begins to speak through symbols, images, and strange narratives. In dreams, our deepest fears, unresolved desires, and long-forgotten memories rise to the surface, not to scare us, but to guide us toward truth. Your dreams reveal more about your life than you might imagine. That argument you avoid, that decision you delay, the parts of yourself you don't want to face, they all find a way into your dreams. If you keep dreaming about being chased, maybe it's not just a dream. Maybe it's your unconscious begging you to stop running from something inside you. The key is learning how to listen. One of the most powerful tools for this inner listening is a dream journal. Keep it beside your bed. As soon as you wake up, write down everything you remember, no matter how strange or disjointed. Don't try to make sense of it immediately. just record. Over time, patterns will appear. You might start noticing recurring places, symbols, or characters. Each one holds a meaning personal to you. A staircase might represent your spiritual growth. A flood might reflect emotional overwhelm. A stranger might embody a neglected part of yourself. Dream analysis is not about interpreting every symbol according to a dictionary. Jung taught that the meaning of a symbol depends on the dreamer's own life, emotions, and spiritual state. That's why reflection is essential. Ask yourself, how did this dream make me feel? What does this place or person remind me of in real life? What emotion lingers after waking? As you do this, you begin to connect dream symbols with real-world emotions, and the unconscious starts revealing exactly what you need to see. The magic lies in repetition and reflection. The more attention you give your dreams, the more they respond. They start to become clearer, more vivid, more meaningful. They begin to help you heal from buried pain, reconnect with lost parts of your soul, and move closer to wholeness. This is not just about psychology, it's a path of spiritual awakening. Every dream, no matter how bizarre, is an invitation to return to your true self. By honoring your dreams, you begin to walk in alignment with your unconscious wisdom. You move through life with more clarity and emotional balance. You stop fearing the unknown within and start embracing it as part of your sacred journey. Through this nightly mirror, the soul speaks, and when you're ready to listen, healing begins. Are you ready to unlock the hidden messages within your dreams? If so, comment below. I will remember my dreams to begin your journey into deeper self-awareness and inner healing. 4. Learn to face reality. Carl Jung's timeless insight, "What you resist persists," reveals a spiritual law that governs much of our inner suffering. The more we fight against pain, fear, or truth, the more deeply we entangle ourselves in the very energy we wish to escape. Resistance is not strength. It is avoidance dressed in fear. And while avoidance may provide short-term relief, in the long run, it magnifies our suffering. True spiritual wisdom calls us to stop running and instead face life as it is, with honesty and courage. Many of us resist reality through subtle patterns. Denial, where we pretend something isn't happening. Blame, where we project our pain onto others. Minimization, where we downplay our wounds. And avoidance, where we distract ourselves with work, pleasure, or even spiritual practices. But these tactics are illusions. They do not solve the core issue. They simply postpone it. And the longer we delay, the heavier our burden becomes. Pain that is denied does not dissolve. It sinks deeper into the psyche and expresses itself through anxiety, conflict, and self-sabotage. The first true step toward healing is acceptance. This does not mean resignation. It means seeing clearly what is, without flinching, without covering it in excuses, and without needing it to be different. Acceptance brings us into alignment with the present moment. It softens the ego's grip and opens the door to conscious transformation. Once you stop pretending, you can begin to truly feel. And once you allow yourself to feel, you can begin to truly heal. Consider how often we ignore inner warning signs. Emotional exhaustion from a job that no longer aligns with our values. The quiet pain of disconnection in a relationship that no longer nurtures our spirit. Or the restless dissatisfaction that hints we are not living our truth. We often convince ourselves to push through, hoping things will change on their own. But Jungian philosophy reminds us that nothing changes until we face it. Ignoring reality does not protect us. It imprisons us. Honesty is the key that breaks the cycle. Facing the truth requires courage, but it also brings liberation. When we see things clearly, we no longer need to live in fear. We begin to understand our emotional landscape. We learn to listen to the messages behind our pain, and through that listening, we uncover our next step, one rooted in integrity and alignment. Jung's spiritual wisdom shows us that facing the truth is not a punishment. It is the beginning of freedom. Through this process, we reclaim our power from the unconscious and bring it into the light of awareness. To resist nothing is to allow everything to transform. To accept what is does not mean we approve of it. It means we're ready to grow from it. Pain has something to teach us. When we stop resisting, we start evolving. And in that sacred process, we awaken. If this message speaks to your soul, say it with me now. I choose to face the truth. I accept what is, and I grow from it. Let this be your first step toward healing and freedom. 5. Be aware of superstitions. Carl Jung once stated, "Primitive superstition lies just below the surface." Beneath our polished logic and modern worldview, we remain deeply influenced by ancient beliefs, cultural myths, and instinctive fears that have traveled through generations. These are not just odd habits or irrational reactions. They are psychological patterns shaped by the collective unconscious, the shared memory bank of all humanity. Jung saw superstition not as foolishness, but as meaningful symbols trying to speak to us from a deeper layer of the psyche. Even highly rational people are not immune. We may scoff at breaking mirrors or crossing paths with black cats, yet flinch when thunder cracks or avoid certain numbers without realizing why. These instinctive responses come from archetypes of primordial symbols deeply rooted in human experience. For example, the fear of snakes isn't solely about danger. It represents the archetype of hidden threats and survival instincts. The snake triggers a memory stored not in our personal biography, but in our ancestral wiring. Jung's insight teaches us not to reject these reactions, but to understand them and integrate them consciously. When you encounter a superstition, instead of brushing it aside, ask, "What truth does this reveal about my inner world?" A practical example can be found in modern life. Take the case of a successful woman who wears the same ring to every important business meeting. She claims it's silly, yet feels unsettled without it. That ring, while having no magical power, connects her to her grandmother's spirit, her source of emotional strength. The superstition is symbolic, not literal. It grounds her. Without it, she loses more than luck. She loses her anchor. Jung would encourage us to see the wisdom in this, not to blindly obey it, but to uncover its emotional truth. Superstitions, in this light, are spiritual messengers. They reveal parts of ourselves we often overlook: our fears, attachments, memories, and unspoken beliefs. When ignored, they can quietly sabotage us from the unconscious. When acknowledged, they offer the chance for integration and growth. They are not signs of weakness. They are signposts pointing us back to our psychological and spiritual core. The goal is not to believe in them blindly, nor to mock them out of existence, but to reflect on the deeper meaning they carry. Carl Jung reminds us that the path to true self-awareness includes honoring the unseen forces that shape our choices. Cultural symbols, old fears, inherited rituals, They may seem irrational on the surface, but they are threads in the tapestry of human consciousness. Recognizing this gives us access to a deeper layer of spiritual wisdom, one that respects the psyche's language and opens us to healing, insight, and awakening. If this message opened your eyes to the hidden influence of superstition and ancestral patterns, don't let the insight fade. Leave a like, subscribe to Spiritual Wisdom, and turn on the notification bell so you never miss a moment of deep discovery. To affirm your awareness and growth, type in the comments, "I choose to understand and rise above fear." 6. Think, don't judge. Carl Jung once said, "Thinking is difficult, that's why most people judge." This quote is not just a sharp observation, it's a mirror. When you catch yourself judging someone, it's often not about them at all. It's about you. Judgment is the surface symptom of an inner projection. You're not reacting to the other person's truth. You're reacting to what they unconsciously reflect back to you. That's the heart of Jungian insight. What disturbs you in others may be the very thing that's unresolved within yourself. Instead of judging, try thinking. Deep, reflective thinking. Not overthinking, not spiraling in assumptions, but thoughtful, honest observation. Most people skip this step because it requires stillness, and stillness demands presence. But presence is where spiritual awakening begins. Thinking allows you to step out of reaction mode and into awareness. When you slow down and observe rather than react, something powerful happens. You begin to see clearly not just the other person, but your own emotional filters. Take a common moment. A coworker makes repeated mistakes on a project. Your instinct might be to call them careless or lazy. But what if, instead of judging, you paused and wondered, what might they be going through? Have I ever made mistakes under pressure or emotional stress? That shift doesn't make you weak. It makes you conscious. This isn't about making excuses for others. It's about choosing growth over ego, choosing compassion over control. This act of thinking deeply is what Jung called individuation, the path to becoming whole. Every moment of irritation, every urge to judge, is actually an opportunity to look within. That's where the real spiritual wisdom lives. You may discover that what you criticize in others' neediness, pride, weakness, is a reflection of parts of yourself you haven't fully accepted yet. And by becoming aware of that, you begin to dissolve the illusion of separation. To think rather than judge is not to suppress your feelings, but to understand them. Judgment shuts the door. Thinking opens it. Judgment projects. Thinking reflects. When you think, you create space for empathy, for truth, for healing. You stop being a prisoner of reaction and start becoming a participant in transformation. Spiritual awakening demands this kind of effort. It's not about being positive all the time or loving everyone blindly. It's about seeing clearly. And sometimes, clarity comes only when we dare to sit with discomfort long enough to ask, what is this teaching me about myself? In that question lies liberation. Not because the world changes, but because you do. If you believe in the power of thinking before judging, and you're ready to grow through empathy and self-awareness, declare it boldly in the comments. I choose to think, not judge. And don't forget to like this video, subscribe to Spiritual Wisdom, and turn on the notification bell so you never miss a message that speaks to your soul. 7. Avoid excessive pride. Through pride, we are ever deceiving ourselves. Jung once observed, and this single truth unveils the quiet sabotage many people unknowingly carry. Pride is not always confidence. It often disguises fear. Beneath the surface of, "I'm too good for that," or "I don't need to try," is often a trembling voice whispering, "What if I fail? What if I'm not good enough?" Pride becomes a mask, hiding vulnerability, insecurity, and the deep discomfort of being seen as imperfect. And yet, this very mask becomes the prison that stifles your growth. Think of how many times you've wanted to try something new, a career shift, a creative project, learning a new skill, but didn't. You told yourself it wasn't the right time, or that it wasn't practical, or that others would judge. But underneath all the excuses was something raw: fear of failing. Pride convinced you to avoid the risk, to protect your image, to stay where you're comfortable. But nothing truly alive grows in comfort zones. Pride seduces us with the illusion of control, but it quietly robs us of joy, depth, and spiritual expansion. Carl Jung's spiritual wisdom shows us that transformation requires the courage to be vulnerable. It demands that we step into the unknown, to be clumsy at first, to fall and rise again. That is real strength, not the posture of invincibility, but the willingness to begin as a beginner. Humility is not weakness. It's the quiet power that says, "I may not know yet, but I'm willing to learn." This is the mindset that dismantles pride and allows true change to unfold. You grow by trying, by failing, by getting back up with a little more wisdom than before. Every step taken from humility becomes a sacred act of spiritual awakening. It's the moment you choose potential over perfection, experience over ego. When you give yourself permission to be human, you unlock the divine process of becoming whole. Pride holds you back, but humility pulls you forward always. The path of growth is not about impressing others. It's about being honest with yourself. When you let go of the need to appear flawless, you gain access to something much more powerful: authenticity, presence, and resilience. These are the qualities that expand your spirit. The challenge is simple, yet profound, and dare to try. Dare to do the thing you're afraid of. And if you fall, let that be your initiation into strength. Spiritual wisdom teaches that the soul does not grow by pretending to be perfect. It grows by showing up again and again with sincerity and courage. So do not let pride whisper you out of your purpose. Let humility lead you into the life that's waiting for you on the other side of fear. If this message touched your heart, let go of pride and embrace growth. Comment below with faith: "I choose humility. I am open to learning, growing, and becoming my best self." 8. Be eager to grow older. Carl Jung once said, "Life really does begin at 40. Up until then, you are just doing research." This wasn't just poetic reflection. It came from personal experience. Jung's most profound psychological insights didn't emerge during his youth, but blossomed around the age of 40, after a series of personal and professional breakdowns. Rather than resisting this period of unraveling, he allowed it to transform him. That transformation became the fertile ground where concepts like the shadow, the self, and individuation began to take form. It was in the quiet maturity of midlife, not the noise of early ambition, that his spiritual wisdom deepened and took root. Before the age of 40, most people are busy chasing validation. We follow the path laid out by others, parents, teachers, social norms, absorbing expectations without questioning if they align with our true selves. We accumulate degrees, jobs, and relationships like checkboxes on someone else's blueprint. But something shifts around midlife. The external chase no longer satisfies, and the call from within becomes harder to ignore. That inner pull is not a crisis. It's clarity emerging from beneath the surface. This transition happens everywhere, in ordinary lives with extraordinary meaning. Take the example of a woman named Sarah. In her 30s, she was a rising star in a corporate firm, with all the visible signs of success, status, wealth, recognition. But her days felt hollow. At 42, she walked away from it all and started a wellness practice rooted in mindfulness and helping others. For the first time, she said, "I feel like I'm living in alignment with who I really am." Her story echoes Jung's wisdom. We spend the first half of life gathering the tools, and the second half discovering how to use them for our own truth. That's why your earlier years are not to be wasted or regretted. They are the necessary terrain where you explore, stumble, grow, and build a foundation. These decades teach you discipline, resilience, and perspective. They are not the peak, they are the preparation. And when the middle of life arrives, it's not a sign of fading, it's an awakening. You begin to shift from imitation to intention, from survival to creation. Carl Jung believed that midlife is where individuality begins to truly unfold. It's a stage where courage replaces conformity, where independence is not rebellion, but realization. You stop asking, "What should I be?" and start asking, "What was I meant to become?" The second act of life, if embraced with awareness, becomes a journey of return, not to youth, but to essence. Growing older is not a loss, it is a homecoming. With each year, you shed roles that no longer fit and beliefs that no longer serve. What emerges is not a perfect person, but an authentic one. A person who is finally ready to walk the path they were always meant to take. If you're still with us and embracing the beauty of growing wiser with time, comment below. I welcome every chapter of life. Your voice helps us grow together, so don't forget to like, subscribe, and turn on the bell for more spiritual wisdom. 9. Tell your story. Carl Jung once said, "The reason for evil in the world is that people are not able to tell their stories." Beneath this simple quote lies a deep truth. When people are silenced, when their pain, dreams, and memories go unspoken, they begin to lose themselves. Their inner world becomes a chaos of suppressed emotions and unmet truths, and that unresolved energy often spills out as fear, anger, or projection. But when you give yourself permission to speak, to write, to remember, something sacred begins to happen. You don't just recall events, you begin to understand them. You shine a light into the corners of your unconscious, and that's when healing begins. This is individuation in motion, the heart of Jung's spiritual philosophy. Telling your story isn't about being perfect or poetic. It's about being honest. Your story is not just made up of facts. It includes your dreams, your strange thoughts, the symbols that keep showing up in your life, and the ways you've made sense of everything you've been through. When you speak these things out loud or write them down, you are giving form to the formless. You are creating a bridge between the conscious and unconscious parts of yourself. You are making meaning out of mystery, and this is where spiritual awakening begins. Every person carries what Jung called a personal myth, a symbolic narrative that gives their life meaning beyond the surface. This myth is not created by society. It's discovered within. When you explore the recurring patterns in your life, the archetypes that appear in your dreams, the moments that broke you, and the ones that built you, you start to see the deeper storyline behind your existence. That's your myth. And when you live it with awareness, you begin to walk in alignment with your soul's purpose. The act of telling your story is not just therapeutic, it's transformational. It brings clarity to your mind, connection to your heart, and alignment to your spirit. In the chaos of modern life, it's easy to lose yourself in roles, expectations, and external noise. But when you pause to reflect and speak your truth, you reclaim your identity. You stop being a passive character in someone else's script and start becoming the conscious author of your own life. This is what it means to awaken spiritually, not just to believe in higher truths, but to embody them through the truth of your own experience. So write, speak, share, not for validation, but for liberation. Your story matters, not because it's dramatic or unique, but because it's yours. And when you honor it, you honor the soul within. If this message resonates with you, it's time to honor your voice. Your story matters. It holds power, healing, and truth. Comment below. I will tell my story to affirm your commitment to self-awareness and inspire others to share their truth as well. Thank you for joining us on this journey through the timeless wisdom of Carl Jung. His teachings remind us that the path to wholeness begins with courage to face our shadow, embrace our inner truth, and live authentically from the inside out. If today's video inspired you or gave you a fresh insight, don't keep it to yourself. Let it ripple outward. Please take a moment to like this video, share it with someone who needs this message, and subscribe to Spiritual Wisdom. And don't forget to turn on the notification bell so you never miss our upcoming videos that dive deeper into the soul, the psyche, and the spirit. Until next time, stay aware, stay open, and keep walking your path with wisdom. The meaning of your blood type will change your entire life. As Carl Jung once said, "Who looks outside dreams, who looks inside awakes." Have you ever wondered if something as simple and biological as your blood type could reveal deep truths about your personality, energy, and even your destiny? In today's episode on Spiritual Wisdom, we explore how ancient and modern insights, combined with Jungian psychology, shed light on the hidden meaning of your blood type. You'll never see yourself the same way again. So, before we begin, I invite you to comment below. Have you ever felt your personality didn't quite match what others expected from you? Let's dive deeper into the wisdom written in your very blood. 1. Jung's psychology meets Japanese blood type theory. Jung's concept of archetypes reveals the hidden structures within the human psyche universal roles, like the hero, the sage, the rebel, and the caregiver. These timeless patterns are not just symbols and stories or myths. They live in our unconscious and shape our behavior, emotions, and life choices. Jung believed that by becoming aware of the archetypes operating within us, we begin the journey of individuation, the process of becoming whole and spiritually awakened. This isn't simply about self-knowledge. It's about soul integration. It's about realizing that who you think you are is only a fragment of your fuller, divine self. Meanwhile, in Japanese culture, the Ketsueki Gata theory assigns deep personality meaning to something most people overlook: blood type. According to this system, people with blood type A tend to be organized, cautious, and thoughtful. Type B individuals are creative, curious, and expressive. Type AB people combine logic and intuition, often feeling like they live between two worlds. And those with type O blood are bold, competitive, and natural-born leaders. Though not scientifically proven, this belief is woven into daily life in Japan, from matchmaking to workplace dynamics, suggesting that blood may carry more than just biological data. It may carry archetypal energy. Now imagine what happens when we combine these two frameworks. When the structure of Jung's archetypes intersects with the essence of your blood type, something profound emerges, a spiritual code that not only reflects who you are, but who you are becoming. A type A person who carries the caregiver archetype may struggle with suppressed rage or unmet needs if their inner rebel is ignored. A type O person, aligned with the warrior archetype, may find success and power, but if they never access their inner sage, they risk burnout and emptiness. A type AB person might embody the magician, intuitive, complex, and insightful, but without grounding, they may feel isolated in their wisdom. These combinations are not random. They offer spiritual wisdom by revealing your soul's tendencies and your karmic patterns. They show you where you flow and where you resist, what energizes you and what drains you. The archetype shows you your path. The blood type shows you the lens. Together, they form a personal mythology, a blueprint of your essence and evolution. When used consciously, this fusion becomes a tool for awakening, healing, and deep self-acceptance. It invites you to integrate all parts of yourself, not just the image you present to the world, but the shadows, the instincts, and the divine spark you carry within. This is not about reducing your identity to a label. It is about listening to the subtle language of your being. Jung taught that what remains unconscious rules us from within. By making your inner structures conscious, you claim your story. Your blood may carry the physical inheritance of your ancestors, but it also carries archetypal echoes, whispers of what you were born to remember. The journey is not outward, but inward. The path to truth is paved with symbols, energies, and self-recognition. This union of Jung's psychology and the Japanese blood type theory is not coincidence. It is a mirror through which your soul can finally see itself. If today's insight sparked something within you, share your thoughts below, or simply comment, "I embrace my archetype," to affirm your journey of self-discovery through Jung's wisdom and the Japanese blood type theory. Let's explore our true nature together. I'd love to hear what resonated with you most. 2. Blood as a hidden code to the inner self. Your blood may be more than a biological fact. It could be a spiritual blueprint, a coded message from the unconscious. Carl Jung, the pioneer of analytical psychology, believed that the unconscious expresses itself through universal symbols, and that true self-discovery begins when we learn to decode them. If blood types are seen not merely as genetic traits, but as archetypal keys, they can offer profound insight into your emotional tendencies, behavioral instincts, and relational dynamics. Jung's concept of individuation, becoming a whole, integrated self, relies on uncovering these inner patterns. Blood types, when understood symbolically, can serve as mirrors reflecting your deepest psychological architecture. Type O, for instance, is often associated with resilience, confidence, and decisiveness qualities that align with the archetype of the warrior, one who leads, protects, and acts with bold intention. Type A reflects harmony, sensitivity, and self-discipline, embodying the sage or the healer, those who observe deeply, prefer structure, and strive to maintain balance. Type B tends to be spontaneous, creative, and emotionally expressive traits of the explorer, the soul who seeks freedom, novelty, and inspiration. And Type AB, often seen as enigmatic and intuitive, resonates with the mystic archetype, those who carry the wisdom of opposites within them, combining logic and emotion, structure and fluidity. These archetypes don't limit you. They expand your understanding of how your energy naturally operates and how it interacts with the world around you. When you begin to see yourself through this lens, your relationships start to make more sense. You understand why you're drawn to certain people and why others feel emotionally overwhelming. These connections aren't random. They're responses to the energies your unconscious is working with. A Type A may be drawn to a Type B, not because they're opposites, but because something in them craves spontaneity. A Type O may clash with another warrior type until they learn to channel their strengths collaboratively. This is the realm where blood becomes not just fluid, but symbolic language. In modern life, this becomes particularly evident in high-pressure settings. Take the story of Leo, a Type AB surgeon known for his calm intuition under pressure. His colleagues, mostly Type O and Type A, found him strange, at first unpredictable, detached, too philosophical. But in the operating room, when chaos reigned, Leo saw patterns others missed. He guided the team with a quiet knowing, embodying the mystic's role, integrating contradiction, making peace between extremes. What once seemed like misalignment became a deeper harmony once the symbolic roles were acknowledged. Carl Jung taught us that when we understand the unconscious drivers beneath our choices, we reclaim our agency. Blood, as a metaphor, reminds us that not all truths are visible on the surface. What flows beneath the psychological and spiritual symbols may be the most honest map we have to ourselves. And when we bring these symbols to light, we stop reacting blindly and begin living intentionally. This is the spiritual wisdom embedded in the body. The idea that biology and psyche are not separate, but intertwined. Your blood type might not just explain your diet or immune system. It might whisper to you who you are, who you're becoming, and how you relate to the world. Jung would tell us that once this symbolic truth is seen, it cannot be unseen, and that is where transformation begins. Comment below. I am decoding my inner truth, if you're ready to explore the hidden messages within you. Your blood may carry more than genetics. It might hold the key to your spiritual evolution. Let's uncover it together. 3. Type A, the perfectionist, the sage. People with blood type A often embody the archetype of the sage or perfectionist, those who live life with precision, care, and a deep longing for harmony. They are not chaotic wanderers. Instead, they build their lives around quiet discipline, clear boundaries, and elegant control. Their strength lies in their ability to think methodically, to notice what others miss, and to bring order where others only bring reaction. Their loyalty is unwavering, their words carefully chosen, and their actions often speak louder than their emotions. Like a wise monk in a storm, they find stability in rituals, routines, and structure. But this order comes at a price. Behind the polished exterior of the Type A soul is often a heart wrestling with anxiety, a mind flooded with self-criticism, and a subtle fear of things spiraling out of control. Their perfectionism, while admirable on the surface, can become a silent torment driving them to overthink, overwork, and overextend. They often carry the unspoken belief that their worth is tied to how flawlessly they perform. Their inner dialogue may be one of high standards and harsh judgments. It has to be perfect, or I can't afford to make a mistake. Carl Jung reminds us, until you make the unconscious conscious, it will direct your life and you will call it fate. For the Type A individual, this is the call to a spiritual awakening, a deep realization that control is not the same as peace, and that structure without spontaneity becomes a cage. True growth begins not by abandoning one's nature, but by integrating its opposite. It is the journey of learning to let go of over-control, to say yes to uncertainty, and to embrace the wisdom found in imperfection. Type A. Individuals thrive when they begin to trust the flow of life. When they give themselves permission to rest, to be playful, to make a mess, and not apologize for it, something sacred happens. Their intuition sharpens, their creativity deepens, and their relationships soften. A new kind of intelligence emerges, one rooted not in calculation, but in surrender. What once felt like chaos becomes opportunity. What once felt like failure becomes freedom. This shift does not mean turning away from their innate strengths. It means elevating them. A sage who also knows how to dance in the rain becomes not just wise, but alive. A perfectionist who can laugh at a crooked picture frame becomes not just skilled, but magnetic. When Type A individuals stop fearing spontaneity and start honoring their inner rhythm, they become whole. This is their invitation to awaken not to become someone else, but to reclaim the parts of themselves they once believed were too unpredictable, too wild, or too soft. In this integration, the blood becomes a symbol not of identity, but of transformation. And the spiritual path is no longer about fixing oneself, but about freeing oneself. Do you see yourself in the Type A archetype, the sage, or the perfectionist? If you've ever struggled with overthinking or learned to embrace imperfection, share your experience in the comments so others can grow from it too. If you're just starting this journey, comment, "I will let go," to affirm your path toward freedom and balance. 4. Type B, the explorer, the rebel. Type B personalities are often seen as the embodiment of the explorer or the rebel archetype. They are driven not by a desire to fit in, but by a deep longing to experience life in its raw, unfiltered form. This type thrives on curiosity, passion, and independence, constantly pushing boundaries and questioning limitations. The explorer doesn't merely wander. They seek meaning in motion. The rebel doesn't break rules just to disrupt, but to pave a new way when the old one no longer serves the truth. Their greatest strength lies in their creative mind and their ability to adapt to change. Fluid thinking allows them to innovate in ways that traditional thinkers cannot. They do not fear the unknown. They're magnetically drawn to it. With passionate energy and a desire for authenticity, they have the power to breathe new life into stagnant systems. In Jungian terms, this personality channels the force of the trickster, not to deceive, but to challenge, to provoke transformation through disruption. Their honesty, though sometimes blunt, is rooted in integrity. They are unafraid to speak what others merely think, and this boldness gives them the power to shift collective narratives. Yet, every strength holds a shadow. The same passion that fuels their quest can also burn through consistency. Restlessness becomes a pattern, and novelty turns into an addiction. Type B, individuals may find themselves abandoning paths too early, just before depth is formed. They may enter relationships, careers, or spiritual practices with intensity, only to withdraw when structure appears. Beneath this lies a subtle fear. The fear that commitment might limit their freedom, that depth might feel like confinement. However, spiritual wisdom teaches that true freedom does not come from avoiding structure, but from choosing the right structure. The growth path for the explorer and rebel is not about suppressing their wild nature, but learning how to contain it with intention. Building consistency, whether through discipline, spiritual practice, or emotional maturity, allows their energy to channel more powerfully. Flexibility is not lost when grounded in purpose. Instead, it gains depth and impact. When they learn to slow down and stay with something long enough to see it unfold, their explorations evolve from mere experiences into wisdom. The rebel becomes a guide. The wanderer becomes a pathmaker. They begin to see that their instinct to break away was never meant to destroy, but to create something better from a place of awakened consciousness. To walk this path is to confront the self gently but truthfully. Are you exploring because your soul seeks meaning, or because your wounds fear stillness? Are you rebelling because you know your truth, or because you're afraid to be truly seen? The answers lie not in the world, but in the silence you often run from. That is where transformation begins. And once you return from that inner journey, you don't just change your life, you change how life flows through you. Have you ever embraced your inner rebel and followed your own path, even when it made no sense to others? If so, share your story in the comments to inspire fellow explorers. If not, type, "I will choose my own path," to declare your intention to live with freedom and purpose. Let's grow together. 5. Type AB, the mediator, the diplomat. If your blood type is AB, you possess a rare and powerful essence, the ability to harmonize what others see as irreconcilable. Carl Jung would have seen you as an embodiment of the mediator archetype, someone who lives at the intersection of opposites, not torn between them, but weaving them together into unity. You naturally perceive multiple dimensions of reality. Where others rush to judgment, you pause, reflect, and try to understand all sides. Your empathy is not superficial. It's deeply intuitive, allowing you to feel the unspoken emotional layers of any situation. You walk into a room and instantly read the atmosphere, tuning into every silent conflict and emotional current, even the ones no one dares to name. This sensitivity is your superpower, but it also makes your path uniquely complex. You are adaptive, flexible, and often the emotional anchor in your circles. People feel safe around you because you listen without trying to fix, and you accept without needing to agree. But this deep attunement to others often comes at a cost: the erosion of your own clarity. When you are always tuning in to others' needs, desires, and wounds, it's easy to lose sight of your own. You may struggle with indecisiveness, not because you don't care, but because you care about everything. You feel the weight of every choice, not just for yourself, but for how it ripples through others. This can create emotional fog, identity confusion, and an aching sense of overwhelm. You might find yourself in situations where everyone relies on you for peace, but no one asks how you're really doing. You become the glue holding others together, even while you're slowly coming undone. And still, you keep showing up, because being the bridge is all you've ever known. Yet deep inside, there's often a quiet longing not to abandon your empathy, but to finally include yourself in the circle of care. That longing is not weakness. It's the beginning of your transformation. Eliza, a woman with type AB blood, spent years offering counsel and comfort to others. Her presence was like a balm. People confided in her, trusted her, leaned on her. But privately, she felt like a ghost in her own life. She had mastered the art of reflection, always being what others needed her to be. Until one night, exhausted and emotionally numb, she looked in the mirror and whispered, "Who am I when no one is projecting onto me?" That question unraveled her, but it also liberated her. She began reconnecting with her desires, her dreams, and her own truth, not the one filtered through someone else's lens. Slowly, she stopped living as a mirror and started living as a soul. Carl Jung believed that individuation, the process of becoming your true self, requires the integration of all your internal opposites. For you, that means learning to hold your empathy without sacrificing your identity. It means developing spiritual wisdom, not just from understanding others, but from learning to hear your own voice beneath the noise. You don't need to stop being a bridge, but a bridge must be rooted at both ends. Your strength lies in your ability to unify, but your peace will come from inner anchoring. You already see the beauty in others. Now it's time to see it in yourself. Have you ever struggled to balance your many sides or felt torn between decisions? If you're type AB or simply resonate with the mediator's path, share your experience in the comments below. If you're ready to embrace your inner harmony, type "I choose clarity" so we can grow together on this journey. 6. Type O, the warrior, the hero. People with type O blood embody the warrior, the hero archetype. You are instinctively action-driven, always ready to charge ahead with confidence and clarity. Your presence commands attention because you radiate certainty. You're not the one to hesitate when decisions need to be made. You move forward with boldness, fueled by a primal energy that seems to have always lived inside you. Your strength lies in your leadership, your physical vitality, and your resilience in the face of adversity. You are the one others rely on in times of crisis, not because you seek to be the hero, but because you naturally become one. Yet beneath that strength lies a shadow. With such raw power comes the tendency to push too hard, too fast. Your impatience can make you dismiss the deeper layers of a situation. Your confidence, while admirable, can sometimes become stubbornness. You want clear answers, quick results, and forward movement, always forward. But not everything in life can be conquered through force or sheer willpower. Jung wrote, "Until you make the unconscious conscious, it will direct your life and you will call it fate." This is where your spiritual awakening begins. It begins not in action, but in reflection. True growth for the type O spirit requires learning the art of stillness. Learning that power doesn't always mean speed or control. Sometimes it means sitting with your emotions, even when they make you uncomfortable. Sometimes it means listening more deeply, allowing complexity to breathe, and resisting the urge to fix everything instantly. Your journey is not about becoming less powerful. It's about refining that power so it becomes wise, not just strong. In daily life, this means noticing the moments when your energy wants to dominate and asking yourself, is this the right fight? Is this the right moment to act? Or is this the moment to wait? At work, in relationships, in times of stress, your calling is to transform instinct into intention. You're here to lead, not just with fire, but with depth. To choose not just boldness, but balance. And in doing so, you become not just the hero who wins battles, but the one who brings peace after the war. Have you ever embraced your inner warrior and truly led with both strength and heart? If you've ever tapped into your Type O energy, share your story in the comments below so others can be inspired. If not, comment, "I will rise," to begin awakening the hero within. Let's grow together. 7. Final message. Blood as a portal to individuation. Your blood type does not determine your fate. It only reveals your natural tendencies, like a compass pointing in a general direction, not a fixed destination. In the Jungian view, these biological markers align with archetypal energies that live deep within the collective unconscious. But to truly grow, you must move beyond these patterns. That is the path of individuation, the spiritual process of becoming whole by integrating all aspects of the self. You may have inherited certain traits through your blood, but it is your conscious choices, not your biology, that ultimately shape who you become. The moment you begin to observe your instincts without being enslaved by them is the moment transformation begins. Each blood type carries its own energetic imprint. Type A tends to crave order, harmony, and perfection, while Type B leans into curiosity, freedom, and creativity. Type O often embodies strength, resilience, and leadership, whereas Type AB lives between paradoxes, holding both logic and emotion. These qualities are not limitations. They are starting points for self-awareness. To awaken spiritually is to honor these natural energies while refusing to be defined by them. The key is to bring conscious light to what was once unconscious. As Jung said, until you make the unconscious conscious, it will direct your life and you will call it fate. Spiritual wisdom shows us that individuation means embracing both our patterns and our power to transcend them. When a Type A individual learns to let go of control and accept imperfection, they move from anxiety to peace. When a Type O leader chooses compassion over dominance, they shift from power to purpose. When a Type AB stops living in duality and begins to integrate both their emotional and logical sides, they arrive at true inner harmony. These inner transformations mark milestones on the soul's journey toward wholeness. The blood within you becomes a symbolic teacher, not because it dictates your path, but because it reflects parts of yourself waiting to be seen. Just as dreams speak in images, your blood type speaks in tendencies, guiding you to look within. It is not an identity, but an invitation to awaken, to observe, and to choose something higher than default behavior. It reminds you that your spiritual awakening is not found in rejecting your nature, but in transcending it with awareness, intention, and love. You are not here to be ruled by unseen patterns. You are here to bring light to them. The sacred truth is this: your blood may carry whispers from the unconscious, but your soul carries the blueprint for your becoming. Listen deeply, move consciously, and let every drop of you point not to who you've been, but to who you're destined to become. To affirm your commitment to self-discovery and conscious growth, comment below, "I choose to evolve." Let this be your declaration that you are not bound by biology, but guided by soul. Your journey toward wholeness may inspire someone else to begin theirs. Thank you for joining us today on this journey into the deeper meaning of your blood type and how it may hold the keys to understanding your personality, your path, and even your spiritual growth. Carl Jung reminded us that true transformation begins with self-awareness, and perhaps even something as seemingly simple as your blood type can be a doorway to profound spiritual wisdom. If this message resonated with you, please don't forget to like, share, and subscribe to Spiritual Wisdom. And make sure to turn on the notification bell so you never miss an awakening insight from our upcoming videos. Until next time, stay curious, stay open, and always walk the path of inner truth.